Mohane.
Yes,
Still under oath, sir?
Confirmed, my lord.
Yes, Mr. Baloi.
As a court case, my lord, the matter stood down on Friday to today for cross-examination by the defense.
Okay, yes, Mr. Mugabulu.
Court pleases, my lord. Mr. Mohane, I can see you are a very experienced law enforcement officer since 2003, since 2002. And I believe that's the time when you started as an officer, we were together in Johannesburg. Is that correct?
Johannesburg.
indeed.
That is correct. What I say, the
I just want to take you from what you told the court regarding the meeting in December. Your first, your evidence in chief is that you met in December with Brigadier Kininda and you discussed about the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Re kopane re ka baka la molato wa Kaizer Meyiwa wa Senzo Meyiwa iseng molao iseng go gwa Senzo Meyiwa kopane ka docket nna le Brigadier Kininda nna le Brigadier Kininda re kopane re discuss a docket ya polao ya Senzo Meyiwa iseng
when I met Brigadier Kininda, we met to discuss the docket regarding the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, that was the
Sathi masitangana no Brigadier Kininda sasihlanganela nje ukhuluma ngedocket ekhuluma ngokufa kuka Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, I'm referring to the 20th of December. 2019 when you discussed when you met with Brigadier Kininda.
I am listening.
Yes. I just want to check if amongst the members or the team that was leading the investigation, that was conducting the investigation on the death of Senzo Meyiwa, how many were you that were considered as the investigating team?
More but one of the extra Senzo Meyiwa. Give up a guy, one available team investigation.
Brigadier Kininda, Kinna.
It is Brigadier Kininda, myself, Brigadier Kininda Nami,
Sergeant Mokola, and then the late Sergeant Mabena.
And the late Sergeant Mabena.
All right. Will I be wrong if I say your involvement was because you were the investigating officer in the matter of Nongo under case number 163-10-2018?
That is correct.
And the involvement of Sergeant Mohane was because of as she was or she is an investigating officer in the matter of Tembisa, where accused number 1 was charged.
Sergeant Mohane no tsena ka lebaka gore ke yana mnyashmo ketseng ya go Tembisa.
Sergeant Mogola.
Sorry, Mogola. I beg your pardon.
Can I help you correct you a little bit? It is Sergeant Mogola.
Yes.
That is correct.
Right. So, according to your evidence, Sergeant Mabena was not involved in any cases that were suspected. Both accused were investigated of.
So Sergeant Mabena ore ena o ba sa shumika di case tse bana hanelwa ba naganelwa nga tsona.
No, le ena ba le gona go tloga mathomo.
He was there right from the beginning. Why khona ukusuka
but does not have a specific case that he was investigating like yourself.
awuna case mo yena a di anyakisho
no yena ba re thusa fela ka lefapheng la crime intelligence.
No, he was helping us on the side of crime intelligence. Wesiza ke mayelana nelo kubizwa ngesingisi kuthiwa phecelezi i-crime intelligence.
Yes. In your evidence, you've mentioned the duties that you were performing. One, among other things, was to collect dockets and to download the exhibits. Is that so?
Ukuletheka hore una le mishomo boedia ya go collecta di dokumane lo di lata gape le go download di. Oh yeah.
No, we get later cell phone ki disha phone downloading. I did download myself.
No, I collected the cell phones and took them for downloading. I do not do the downloading myself. Angihamba nje ngiyolanda umakhalekhukhwini ukuze bayowakhipha lo ngaphakathi akumina okukhiphayo.
And it also involved the arresting of the suspects. Your duties.
That is correct.
You testified, but for the purpose of the evidence, I don't think I have to question you on the information given by the informer, because he won't be called to come and testify. I just want, yes. I just want to establish, other than the informer, there's something that I want to put across to you as a version of accused number 2, not the entire version. What I want to introduce is as to how did you reach the place where accused number 2 resides at that time.
Sergeant Mabena wa tshwara intelligence.
Like I have already mentioned, that Sergeant Mabena was involved in crime intelligence.
He was
the one that was working with informants to help us to find accused number 2.
Let me put it this way, according to accused number 2. He was called on a 012 number a week before his arrest.
012 number
the person who called him introduced herself as Sergeant Mohola. No, let me just clarify this. The person who called offered employment for accused number 2. Do you have knowledge of that?
No, I don't know anything about it.
Accused number 2 responded by saying, "I'm working. I'm not looking for employment. I am currently working." He further mentioned the lady who introduced herself as Sergeant Mohola further informed accused number 2 that, "No, look, we are looking for you. We want the address where you reside." And she further mentioned that accused number 2 is wanted for the death of Senzo Meyiwa?
ela motho wa ba re molato wa bobedi wa nyakega ka lefu la Senzo Meyiwa.
re ganana le yona ka gore Sergeant Mogola nga ba mpoditse gore o ile a founela Ntanzi.
I do not agree with that because I believe Sergeant Mogola would have called me to tell me that he had phoned Mr. Ntanzi. Bengivumelana lo ngoba ngicela ukuthi ukuba kwenzekile uSergeant Mogola uzongitshela ukuthi wafonela wakhuluma noNtanzi.
What is basically important about his evidence is that after such allegations were made telephonically, accused number 2 gave Sergeant Mogola the address where he resides, and that's the first time he denied his involvement in the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ala kamera for Mulatu Fajwa wele afa Sergeant Mogola address ya ko adula and ke la mathomo ibile la mathomo a gana hore o ke ena a buleleng cellphone
ke gana na le yona lo gona gape Sergeant Mogola o tla tlo fetola ka yona ba re ke sa gana.
I still dispute that, but Sergeant Mogola is going to come and testify about that, but I still dispute that.
All right.
Kapika namanje lo kodwa ke Sergeant Mogola uzoza azozichazela lapha enkantolo kodwa mina ngiyaphika.
All right. Now let's get into the evidence where you arrived at Bukeng, Rustenburg.
Arisane mo ulele la fitha go Bukeng go Rustenburg.
Firstly, you went to the police station, Bukeng police station for backup. Is that so?
La mathomo le go police station ya go Bukeng le lo nyaka backup ka obia. That is connected. Ukala atmosphere lapha sahamba se police station ese Bukeng se ufuni backup.
What actually made you to go to Bukeng police station to ask for a backup?
King says le ngore le kwa Bukeng police station lo nyaka backup.
Ka mola wa sepodisa le mo gore shumanga bona re o fitla plekeng le gore a o itse ba se ana re thoma ka police station ga re bana ba tsebang pleke la go feta rena.
Well, according to the way that we work, the practice that we have as policemen is to first go to a police station, the local police station, because they are the people that know and understand the area.
Okay. When you approached the Bukeng police station, was there any warrant of arrest that was issued against accused number 2?
Well, if it was Bukeng police station, the only warrant ya go swara amla for sure. No, there was no such warrant. Yeah, the warrant you go from solo speed must figure out Bukeng.
All right. So, what actually prompted you to go to the address or to the police station if there was no warrant of arrest?
Kings is the only police station if saw no warrant of arrest.
Ona le molao tsobo ga mo Criminal Procedure Act o ile gore wa dumella go swara ka ntlha warrant of arrest.
There is within the Criminal Procedure Act an allowance for effecting an arrest without a warrant of arrest. Khona phakathi emthethweni lapho ke esinikwa ke igunya lokuthi singabopha ngaphandle kwe warrant of arrest.
Yes, but I understand and I know that part of the legislation, but my concern is that upon arriving at Bukeng in Rustenburg, accused number 2 was not aware that the police are looking for him.
Ora hali fitla go Bukeng bula tu fa jao bedu wa sa tsebore le ona le mapodisha mo nyaka.
Go ya ka nna o ba sa tse mara ka mogole beletša gona le re gona le motho tso ka re le ngwana ke Sergeant Mogola o ba tseba ka mogoena a go tjang ka go.
I do not know, but from what you have just said to me, you have just claimed that there was a Sergeant Mogola who made him aware that the police were looking for him. No, mina ngingazi kodwa ngiyazi ukuthi okhona Sergeant Mogola owayesemtshelile ukuthi amaphoyisa ayamfuna.
All right. Just to draw the situation in the country at that time, we were under lockdown due to COVID-19.
Manje ngaleso sikhathi-ke izwe lonke lalivaliwe ngoba ngenxa yobhubhane lwe-COVID.
Is that correct?
Akunjalo?
Kennedy.
That is correct. Yebo, kunjalo.
And specifically about I'm concerned about 163 of 10 of 2018. That case of murder and possession of unlicensed firearm in Guanongo. You said, as you have indicated, that you are the investigating officer in the case.
Moketsi ya Guanongoma yasithunya leho swara la hobola case by 163 of 10 of 2018 le na le diang ya kushomo moketsi yo.
Really, I like a party, not fully investigating.
What I remember is that I said I am part of the investigating, not the whole of the investigating team. So amangi kumbula indlela engibeke ngayo ngithe mina bengingomunye wabaphenyi hayi ukuthi bekumina kuphela umphenyi la.
So when you approach accused number 2, were you in possession of the case docket bearing 163 of 10 2018?
So really no bulala mla to factor the police case docket 163 of 10 of 2018.
No,
No, we didn't have it. So I paid.
So the information relating to that matter, how sure were you, if you were not the investigating officer, about the details contained in the docket?
So the police were young or modern Gamara docket, the end of the release as well docket.
Docket they feature Waivala, Waitibisha. When you get a
docket, you read it and get a clear understanding of it. And because it was busy, we had actually left the docket in the office. We figured docket is alfunda uluzwisisekahle kodwa ke ngoba kwaku nenqushu ngaleso sikhathi ngathi kusasematasa impela. So guess I'll share a docket office.
Okay. If you say you were part of the investigating process, in this case 163 of 10/2018, who was actually, as contained in the docket, who was the main investigating officer in that case?
Hello, Belomo, 163 of 10 of 2018. Even if man more Tumbaba never Yakisha Java.
Ganori Naquel or in a very brigadier Gidinda, Mara, each while in Nongo.
Well, at that time I can say that it was Brigadier Guinea, but that matter came from one Nongo. Nangati, oh, I'm cool little Tala, Baba paying, oh, Brigadier Guinea, the Otto gave me you go to a little Tala, not from our Nongo.
Before we move on, accused number 2 will come and tell the court that when you approach him with Sergeant Mabena, the late, you said to him, "You are Sianda Buteles. We are looking for you."
But when now we left it away now, majority can see and Buteles.
Ano wala la ni tibongan sandi sondansi ore. Ngase dikisi anda televisor ke achor kindansi.
Lekno ndina la version.
Bongan sandiso ndansi.
Mr. Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi must just speak the truth. I wouldn't call him something else when I know he's Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
All right.
So Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi angalecha magama. Angasho kahle. Ngobuyazi ukuthi ngafika again ayengibize ngelinye igama ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
All right. With the leave of the court, my lord, I will supplement this evidence or this version. I have a correspondence in Guanongo who is actually assisting us to obtain a relevant information regarding case number 163 of 10/2018. My lord, In the meantime, I have a copy, an extract from the data system that contains the details relating to case number 163 of 10/2018. I beg leave to hand over the copy to the witness for any comment on that copy, my lord, and to place the details on record.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
As the copy is there, there is in order, Lord.
Okay. That data, you say, is extrapolated from where?
From Kwanongoma, my lord.
Is it the police official
station.
police record?
From
data?
That's correct.
Okay, fine.
So, are you in possession of the copy of that extract?
Yes, I have it.
All right. Can you please, before we move on, confirm the cast number that reflects on the document?
Case number
Nongoma, case number 163 of 10/2018.
Nongoma 163 of 10 of 2018.
Can you please confirm the investigating officer of that case?
Rekupa ore wujo regeman muto obahadia nyagishisho mo case sim o ngwadi de mu.
Mo godimo wetse Nongoma Detective Station 71859. I think the personal number 71859-535 Sergeant El Mungome Zulu.
Institution Sergeant El Mungome Zulu, together with the some numbers. It's written Nongoma Detective Station, and with what appears as the first number, and it's written Sergeant El Mungome Zulu. Lapa upaloti Nongoma Detective Station and upaloti futi ene kuna sangati number zomuntu izepoesa the same 7 futi was upaloti Sergeant El Mungome Zulu.
So, do you confirm the station that reflects Nongoma?
Wadumelano, this is what we do station, so we get the Nongoma. Yes, I do.
It also reflects accused. It said accused, then number 1. Do you see that?
I want to have a movie of the number 1. I can see that.
The surname of the accused is Buteles. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that. You're born.
The initials of the accused is OB. Do you see that? It's QB, sorry, man. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Remember, okay, let's just get into the details of this. The charge preferred against this accused was possession of unlicensed firearm. Do you confirm that?
Yes,
Yes, I can see that it is written like that.
Can you further confirm? Can you please further confirm that this matter was finalized by a guilt, and the accused was sentenced to 15 years?
Wela ba mo kwetjoro una le molato ibile ba mo sentence je ba mo fileme ngwaga ba mo kwebile nya 15. Yes, I can see that. Ngiyabona lo.
So you will agree with me that under this case number 163 of 10/2018 does not reflect the names of accused number 2, Bongane Sandison Dance.
Please, I don't know if such a proposition can be put to the accused when all that we have, my lord, is just an extract without mentioning how many accused were there. It's mentioned here accused number 1 Butilezi. We don't know how many accused were there and as to when this matter was finalized.
Is that a plea? Wait. Is that a plea matter, or was it on trial?
Well, we don't know. All that stands here is the verdict. We don't know whether there was a separation, there was a plea of guilty and a separation of
separation, etc., etc.
Yes.
May I clarify that, my lord, as well as this accused, as it reflects number, it may also mean there was one accused. But what I asked the witness is whether on this extract that is before him, there is no name Ntanzi, Bonganis, Boniso, Sandiso. That's what I'm asking.
Se ke ba nyakang gore o se tlhalose mora bona gore ka ba number 1 e tlhalosa gore latofatšwa ko trade kapa e latofatšwa gore ke latofatšwa matho mara se re nyakang go se bontsha gore mo ga wa ngwadiswa Sandiso Ntanzi. That is correct.
Hence, my lord, I requested that this version be provisionally accepted and subject to confirmation from J7s from Wanongoma and the relevant documentation. So the reason why I'm concerned about this extract is that the name of Ntanzi is not mentioned. The matter was finalized, and upon your evidence, you said this matter is not finalized.
Please, my lord, I think the proper way of dealing with this matter is to get that case docket so that we can see how many accused were there, what happened to the rest of the accused, because the document clearly states that this Buthelezi was accused number 1.
Was it? The document states
that this Buthelezi that my learned friend is referring to was accused number 1.
Yeah. Wait. He is referred to as accused number 1
Yes.
in that extract.
Yes.
He's not listed
As the only accused.
as the only one. So
No.
there's not accused number 1. Maybe there's also number 2, number 3, number 4,
Yes.
number 5. Is that your submission, sir?
Yes, it says accused number 1, surname Buthelezi.
My lord,
Yeah,
it's easy to clarify this.
very easy.
Very, very
Where's the
simple.
proof? Just show the state the proof.
Firstly, let's get into the evidence of Sergeant Mukhano. In your evidence in chief, you never mentioned of especially the charge. It's murder. It's not possession of unlicensed firearm only. You mentioned murder, which does not reflect on this extract.
Wena go mathomo a o fana go buletse ka go bolaya and a ga ngwalwa mo extract e le isore.
Once again, my lord, we don't know the circumstances. Could have been it was a plea and sentence agreement. This accused could have offered a plea on possession of firearm. It would be unfair to put that question to the witness whilst we don't know the exact circumstances.
Why don't we wait for the docket, because we're just rounding in circles now.
Thank you, my lord.
I can even come with a third supposition. It's possible that Buthelezi, that's not his name. You've heard of such cases.
It is further possible.
Yeah, I can come with another possibility also.
My lord, let us be genuine to the court. Sergeant Mukhano came to testify in relation to case number 163.
Yeah.
He never furnished sufficient information. He had no docket when he arrested accused number 2, and he did not bring the same docket in court when the proceedings started. And I would request that the witness bring the docket so that we confirm all the contents of the docket and what was the charge preferred against those accused or against the person reflecting under case 163 of 10/2018. When can you bring that docket, Mr.
Le ka tlaneng di-document eo.
Ke tla check-a Brigadier Gininda ke ena di swarang.
I will check with Brigadier Kinenda. He's the one that handles it. So kulma no Brigadier Kinenda, we are now part-time.
Can you also furnish further dockets that relates to Ntanzi, especially the drug case and the possession of unlicensed ammunitions?
Ugata late document sharing wanchan for Uzana Yang and Dance mo Hese ya Hosara di Tunya Apelia DOE batch.
Ke tla tla le tsona.
I will bring them.
Thank you, Malota. With your indulgence, Malota,
Yeah, okay.
request this part of evidence to be
Stood down.
stood down pending those documents to be brought.
Alright.
Let us move forward. On the 16th of June 2020, when you arrived at Ntanzi's room, that's when you found Ntanzi with his Tswana girlfriend. He opened for you.
Ka di 16 June 2020, ha ulo hujan Dance ubana le girlfriend ya gagwe and ke na le boletši.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Ya bunja.
That's the time when you informed him about the matter of Kwanongoma.
Ke mo o ile wa motša ka taba ya Kwanongo.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Ya bunja ngimtshela khona indawo ngotaba Kwanongo.
You've explained his rights. We'll get into the rights that you have explained. Among other rights that you have explained, a right to remain silent.
So ila mhlalosetša ditokelo tša gagwe and mo ditokelong tše wewe o mmotša le gore o na le tokelo ya go gomoga.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Ya bunja.
We further mentioned that inform him of his right of not remaining silent, and that evidence will be used against him during the subsequent trial. Is that
Gabe la
correct?
motho gore se a ka se bolelang se ka šomišwa kgatlhanong le yena go ga go bolelwa ka taba.
Ke nnete.
Yebo kunjalo umtshelile ukuthi uma esho ukuthize kungasetshenziswa ekuqulweni kwecala lakhe.
And the last was the right to have his legal representative of his own choice. If he doesn't have, he can get a legal aid attorney or representative.
And hape la motho o na le tokelo ya go ba le moemedi ga a sena tšhelete ya go mo patela mmušo o ka mo fa moemedi a sa patelweng.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
Were these the only rights you explained to you?
Ke tšona fela tokelo tše le ngwe a mo tlhalosetša ka tšona ke bona phela malungelo a mchazela wona.
Mhlalo ke a ke mo di tsona na go sa le kwa rumong ya gagwe mare ke fitlha police station ka mmeditša ona ka moo.
Yes, that's what I told him while we were in his room. But then when we went to the police station, I read the whole rights for him. Yeah, we I'm sure when I was room like what I said, Mrs. Fuya is going to say Fudela Wonke Amadungelo.
All right. Now we are at the police station as per LL1, Exhibit LL1, which is an SAP 14 capital letter A, which is the notice of rights that you said you inform accused number 2. Is that correct?
And the Monary exhibition LL1, Ebon Chang, SAP 14, A, Ebon Chang, together, Jamila to Fat. How we are? That is correct.
Yes. Before you detained accused number 2, did you inform about the right after he was arrested to be charged within a period of 48 hours?
Kamera already sware molato fetjwa wa bobedi le la motho hore una le tokelo ya hore ba mo tswalle di hour di 48 fela mara di sketcha fita le social motho molato wa ga.
Ke nnete ga ke di bala ka moka.
That is correct according to what I'm reading here. Yebo kunjalo njengoba ngibhaliwe.
Did you further inform him that if Because I believe it was Friday when you arrested him.
Ke nahana hore e be le Labohlano a tlo mo swara.
But did you further inform him that if 48 hours falls within a weekend or a holiday, he must be brought to court on the court day? Did you explain that?
E le la mtlhase hore I don't 48 hours e wela mo weekend o santse a tlise kgorong ka letsatsi le latelang.
a ke hlalosa mara ke e badile.
I did not explain it, but I read it to him. Angizange ngimfundele ngimchazele yona kodwa ke ngayifunda.
As an experienced officer with more than 20 years, 21 years, accused is arrested on Friday. And if you understand what is 48 hours, do you know when did 48 hours lapsed from the day you arrested him?
Yale ka motho a na le mengwaga e fetang makgolo a mabedi a le mošomong. Lena le kwešiša 48 hours eo e le gore e felana.
Pele ke fetloga fela go checka gore na the 16th of June 2020 e be e lla bokae.
Before I continue, I'd like to check what was the weekday of the 16th of June 2020.
I believe it was Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. It was, or Saturday. It was a holiday, June 16th holiday.
Mara wena gore ka Labohlano. So o ka Labohlano.
But you just said it is Friday.
Yes.
I just want to know specifically.
That's the reason why you wanted to verify that, because I remember the 19th was on Friday, 19th June, as per your.
I'm going to go to the 19th of June, it will Labohlano.
All right. Sergeant Mukhan, it has come to my attention that the 16th of June 2020, it was on Tuesday.
The 16th of June 2020 will Labohlano.
A ke nnete.
When I say I told you speedy, 16th of June 2020, what was the speed that you have?
So
That is correct.
when does your 48 hours lapse?
48 hours
From Tuesday.
Galabit.
E fela ka Carvel holiday was a Thursday, ka Friday.
Now, it
Tula
just-
ke be ya botsena.
I'm not sure whether I'm putting it right, but then I think from Tuesday it ends on Friday. I understand.
So, according to what you have explained to him, if Friday is the last date, the next court date was on Monday.
Friday, fella, church lama fella, go court date ela telang, church law ya koron. Ibele manda.
Ke nnete.
That is correct. Yeah, but kunjalo uthi uma uthi phela 48 hours phela lesihlanu kusho ukuthi ke ilanga lokuya enkantolo lokuqala lalengaba umsombuluko.
Yes, but on that Monday, accused number 2 was not taken to court.
Ka tšatši lewe la mantaga molatofatšwa wa bobedi ga išwa court.
So, please, that is not correct, my lord. We've handed up exhibit all the proceedings of the booking court.
I thought he went to court, represented by a certain Mr. Mijiako.
Yes.
Yes, there is, yes.
Hello?
My lord, may I proceed? May I
No. How can you proceed when he's objecting?
I'm
to it?
clarifying this, the aspect.
Mr. Baloyi says your client appeared properly. Are you saying that's in court?
Yes, indeed.
So,
On the 22nd.
Unless he's wrong, then of course you clarify it with him.
My lord, accused number 2. All right.
It's exhibit R, my lord.
What does it say? Just put it on record. Maybe Mr. Mr. has forgotten
Yeah,
it.
maybe I'm confusing.
Just put it on record.
Because I was referring to LL. The
Well,
first
RR is the charge sheet of Cooking, CAS 118/6/2020. Investigating Officer Sergeant Mohani. The place of trial is Krabani, and the date of first appearance is 22nd June 2020. The accused is Bongani Sandison Tanzi.
So he appeared on 2020,
Yes.
which is a Monday according to you.
Yes.
Which is a?
Which should have been the Monday.
Is that a Monday? 2020.
Yes.
Okay, fine.
I
22nd, in other words, 22nd of June.
22nd June.
It was a Monday. Are you calibrating it correctly also, Mr. Ngomezo?
Yes, my lord. Thank you very much.
20, yeah, fine.
There's an indication on that entry on MM1, on MM, Exhibit MM, for the 16th of June 2020, when accused was booked in at 2442.
Unane mo bontshang mo exhibition NM hore molato oila bukwa ka what was the time again?
It's 2442. At Pretoria mode, according to NN, Exhibit NN. Yeah, Pretoria.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, my lord, for your indulgence. My lord, may I refer the witness to Exhibit MM for clarity,
Re kopa re go exhibit MM
which bears the date of the 16th of June 2020.
e bontshang the 16th of June 2020.
Yes,
You see that?
Yes, village.
I am looking at it.
It's on page 1 of
Ke mo paging e mathomo.
Exhibit MM.
Mo exhibit MM mo paging e mathomo.
You see that?
Sorry, Marco.
I am still looking for it.
Oh, sorry.
What is the serial number?
The serial number is 467.
Yeah, TMO.
Now I have it here.
So you confirm that the date is the 16th of June 2020.
I notified for date which mo ke the 16th of June 2020. That is correct. Yeah, but let's consider ukuthi leyo date ingumhla 16 June 2020.
Can you please go to the entry that you have, the record that you have made in terms of that exhibit?
Yeah, we are more than leli exhibit eo.
467-2242 in Transistor. Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Cases Unit with one male suspect on Nongoma case, 160 of 10/2018, Bongani Ntanzi, SAP 1464-6/2020, SAP 14A 512-66765. Time of arrest doing 100 with no injuries. Contact number.
And there's a word transit And you further explain that word transit.
ba re ka tlhalosa lentswe leo la transit gore ra goreng.
In transit la gore motho wa feta a dule nako e telele mole wa feta o ya go
The in transit word implies that the person is passing, just passing through, and is not going to be staying in that that place for a long time.
Yes.
In transit, because umuntu edlula nje angeke akahlala isikhathi eside lapho kuleyo ndawo.
Yes, in terms of the cast number reflecting the 163, it was the Nongoma case, not the booking case. You agree?
Keze ngutumuki 163 ila ya kwa Nongoma isibuki. Awuya.
yakinet.
That is correct.
So if it reflects transit, he was supposed to be taken to Nongoma police station or to Nongoma court. Do you agree?
Ubudumelane no abare in transit bara oro ba sonja afitishwe kwa Nongoma police station kapa kwa Nongoma court. Awuya.
Yakinet.
That is correct. Yebo kunjalo. Ofanele ukuthi makuthiwa transit ukusho ukuthi uzodlulisela police station ya Nongoma noma adlulisele enkantolo ya Nongoma eMantshi.
If the next court date was the 22nd of June 2020, the accused number 2 was supposed to be taken to Gwanongoma court, not Puking court.
Alore khoro ibe sonje idula gape ka di 22 cha June 2020 ube sonje lore go ngwadwe ka getse go Nongoma ise ya go Puking. Awuya.
Ka re shetse ke tlhalositse mathomong gore diketsa ra be di ke dintsi go ile wa kala lore re tlo Nongoma ke gola ke tsona leng boelena.
Like I've already explained, said that there were many cases that we're dealing with, and then Nongoma is very far.
Sir, I'm concerned about 48 hours. I'll get into those cases that you allege accused number 2 was facing.
Give like I 48 hours.
He was arrested on the 16th of June.
16 June.
He was not brought to Nongoma court as per cast number 163 of 10, 2018.
I show Nongoma Yalega has 163 of 10, 2018.
Eventually, the 48-hour prescribed period lapsed.
And really 48 hours fair.
Aya fela ka gore ka le tlhalosediche re ile ra re mo place for Slorase ka re shetse le gore ba ke gole go then re ka bana le case for Slorase.
Where the 48 hours did not lapse. We decided we're going to place him in Fort Soras because he also had a case there, because we felt that the Nongoma issue was very far. Yebo saka ngothi ke ngoba ke nelinye icala lase Fort Soras ungosimise Fort Soras ngoba indaba yona ngoma ayikude kakhulu.
It's even worse. Fort Soras court did not place any matter on the roll.
Happily Fort Soras court liona ipalejo gore ibeli taba edulanga jajile.
Are gane ibile asla mathomo re ba le monate ya mfuto.
No, I do not dispute that, but this is not the first time that we have cases of this type. Yebo angiphingi kodwa ngakona ukuqala siba namacala njengali.
Say we are dealing with this case. We are dealing with the 48 hours that has lapsed after we have arrested accused number 2. More importantly is the right that we have explained to accused number 2 when you arrested him. That's very important.
No, rola 48 hours ilingi afita. Happily itukelo jele ngwa tlhalose jamla tfatsa ubiti.
Agane mara ntanzi we le court after he went to a court where he appeared. As for minchiche ka back door we le court umme Fort Soras said no. Ka re that case ka kwa re tlo consider guy.
Well, we did take Mr. Danzi to court. We didn't take him there using a back door. But it was then decided that the Folloslorus case was the one that was going to be decided.
Sir, please let us be honest. Phokeng Court, he was not charged with murder, neither charged with possession of drugs. He was charged, he was arrested and charged with possession of unlicensed ammunition.
pele e ke gopola botse pele re ya Phokeng re thomile court ya Folloslorus.
If I remember correctly, before we went to Phokeng, we started by going to the Folloslorus court. Singakayi ke Phokeng saqala uma ngikhumbula kahle saqala ngokuya enkantolo yaseFolloslorus.
Yes, I'll not go back to whether the matter was placed or not, but let me just put it straight to you. On the 22nd of June, when you allege, because it denies that he appeared in court on that day, even if the charge sheet may reflect that he denies that he was ever brought to court.
Wahana ore ena ngilayishwa court okajaji leo 2022.
The main concern of the defense is that when a matter was postponed on the 22nd of June 2020, the magistrate issued and signed a J7. Do you agree?
Bara ga ba to mlatwa ga busheditswe morago ka 22 magistrate ula sign a J7 wa dumela. I do agree with that. Magistrate ula sign a J7 emva ukuthi lihlefise iqala la.
The accused should or must be remanded to prison if bail was not granted. Do you agree?
May I?
I'd like to request for a slight adjournment so that I can look at these, because you are talking about two cases, Folloslorus and Phokeng. So I just want to really gather my thoughts around it.
My Lord, the witness is requesting the matter to stand down.
Mr. Baloyi?
This is, I think it's a fair request. We can just adjourn briefly.
For how long?
Just 5 minutes, as the witness.
What's the time now?
It's 5 to 11. We're still about 20 minutes away from the normal short agenda.
How long do you need, Colonel?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, my lord.
It's already past 5 minutes. Okay, let's adjourn for 15 minutes. 15.
20, when was that? We're quoting
Can I please have the court's indulgence? I want to look at it a little bit, whilst it's not very legible.
Okay.
We took him to court on the 19th, sir. Samisa Enkantolo, 19.
All right. My cross-examination was based mainly on the rights you said you explained to accused number 2 at Pretoria North. That's my main concern about the 48 hours as per case number 163/10 of 2018. That's where my questions are.
Sure, Raimo, case number 163 of 10 of 2018. More Pretoria. Yes, I do agree.
Yes, that's the main case I'm concerned that a 48 hours, if you charge Bongani Ntanzi with murder of Kwanongoma, he was not charged with that particular offense within 48 hours. Eventually, it lapsed.
Bongani Ntanzi Kaho Bolaya, Mokesinga Gonongoma. Ila fita 48 hours. This is what Nemisha Koro.
Pilerisha Swanonelwa Horong, Muchachaga Moopi, Vilaya Court.
Well, before the accused is taken to the court, he is entered into the OP.
No, it's fine, sir. It's fine. The way you can explain it, the bottom line is that accused number 2 was never brought before any court in Kwanongoma for the charge of murder. Do you agree?
Within before your court. It means impact court.
Well, I do agree with you, but then what I'm saying is that I had charged him on the OB, which then allows me to take him to court on the following day.
Okay. Still with case number 163, has accused number 2 ever appeared in Kwanongoma?
No, he did not.
According to your evidence in chief, correct me if I'm wrong, you said the matter is still pending.
On our side, the Kandanzi, I so fail.
On our side, As far as Ndanzi is concerned, that case is not yet completed.
a ke nyaka go ya malmanting a yona gore why ke rise of
No, I don't want to go deep into explanations, Mary's why I say it is not finished.
I
I
think-
igqile ukuthi indaba ngithi ayikakapheli kodwa ukuyangami ayikapheli case yanombo.
I think the court gave us an indulgence to stand down that evidence relating to that murder case pending the production of the case docket.
Gore ile ya refana gore re be na kwana ya gore gono lebella ka taba e ge le gore sanjere metse case docket.
ke nnete ebile brigadier ke nda o tla tlaleletša ka gore why ke re rise of
Well, that is true, but then Brigadier Keninda will come and add to what I'm saying that the case is not yet finished.
But let me just give you this hint. According to the extract that I gave you, the person that appears on that, the details of the person appears as accused number 1 is the witness number 104 in the indictment.
So more all time as witness number 1 witness number 104 kamko ungadilwe mulatu.
Let me clarify this aspect so that you understand fully when this docket is brought.
Kinyagoro ukwishishora hayibatlisa dokoto ukwishishora udiragala.
The full names of the person that appears on that on that extract is Bekuku. Sorry, Bekuku. Is Prinisela Bekuku Tindwa Butelis. Hence, the initials is QB.
Lina le ngolwengo ngiqinisela bekuthinto Butelis.
a go ganetše ene ka go tse gore unit ya rena ke cold case re šoma ka di-case ya gore di fodile ra thuša di a fiša.
I do not dispute that, but we work with cold cases and we still go back to investigate them.
e ka no ba yena mono na no mara se se no gona go gore re sa rena le mateng ka mogolo gore Ntanzi o amega ka gwa le gore ka se botse kgoro ka gore e tlo senya dinyakišo tša rena.
Unfortunately, we can't delve much into that case because that might jeopardize our investigation.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Angeke sikwazi ukuthi ngigqile ekuchazeni ukuthi indawo sithi leli cala leli lesaqhubeka ngoba phela thina amacala esibhekene nawo amacala asekuthule engasabonakali lutho olunyakazayo kona kodwa ke sisaqhubeka ngikwazi ukuthi ngichaze ukuthi yini indawo sithi sisaqhubeka ngaleli cala kodwa ke okukhona ke nje ukuthi uma ngathi ngiveza okuthize sizobe sesibeka icala engcupheni ngoba kusenophenyo oluqhubekayo.
Thank you. But I want to put across to you that as per the instruction, that the accused person who was arrested, hence this docket when it comes, it will confirm that. The one that was arrested with this Qinisela Butelis was Tabani Ngwenya in a murder case.
But yeah, so doing okay, ya Qinisela Butelis neli Tabani Ngwenya aswarelwa go bolana.
ka ge ke sa fetola gape kere nka se tsene ka botlalo wena ka gore wena wa e bolela go lokile ba tlhaise gore thata re ke mara ka mo siteng ya rena nka se ntšhe gore mang o swere neng go diragala eng.
I'm unable to reveal who was arrested when because the matter is still under investigation. But I can see you are trying to reveal some things, but I, from my side, am not going to reveal anything.
I'm in a trial, sir. I need to clarify every piece of evidence before this honorable court. The instruction further is that both Qinisela Buthelezi and Themba Ngwenya were arrested and charged for murder. Upon approaching, at the time when they approached Qinisela Buthelezi to arrest him for murder case, that's when he was found in possession of this firearm. Hence, he was sentenced to 15 years.
Buthelezi le o Ngwenya o ba soretsweng go bolaya ene ge a tlo swarelwa go bolaya ke mo ba ileng ba mo hwetša a na le sethunya ke mo a leng a hwetša mengwaga e 15
ka ge tšetše ke boletše gore di-case tša rena gantši di na le crime intelligence background ka mo gare bjale ke a go kwa bolela mara ke sa gana ke re nka se bolele selo ka yona.
Like I said, our cases involve a lot of crime intelligence. I hear what you're saying, but I still insist that I cannot say much about it right now.
Thank you. That's why.
Vumahuti, yebo, vuna lendo toge. Eqinisweni nige. Amacala esiwaphethe thina amacala afaka ngaphakathi i-crime intelligence. Kodwa ngiyasho futhi uthi angeke ngakwazi ukuveza ukuthize ngenxa ukuthi icala lisaphela.
Thank you. We'll move on. Let's just stand it down until the docket is brought in. Let's move into the same exhibit, MM, on page, I think on the same page. I beg your pardon, on page 3. On page 3 of exhibit MM.
Serial number?
Serial number it's it's 498. If I'm not mistaken. No, it's 494.
494.
Yes.
494.
Yes, 494.
Do you see that?
I found 494.
The date is the 17th of June 2020. Do you see that?
Yes.
That is correct.
1655 time. Do you see that?
I want to get 1655.
Yes.
That is correct.
The reason for booking out the suspect was for investigations. Do you see that?
Yeah,
yes, I can see that.
That's when you had a discussion with accused number 2 in a boardroom.
I do agree.
All right. Let me establish how many were you in the boardroom when you interviewed accused number 2?
Sergeant Mokola, Sergeant Mabena.
It was me, Sergeant Mukula, and Sergeant Mabena. We're going to mean Sergeant Mukula and Sergeant Mabena.
Was the interview relating to case number 163 of 10/2020?
Case number 163 of 10 of 2018. No, it was not the only one. It was only all the cases that he was involved in that we were discussing.
All right. Including the murder case of Senzo Meyiwa.
That is correct.
My instruction is that accused number 2, when he was summoned to the boardroom, there were a lot of police officers, even females.
Well, Kagana or Tunama Prisa Manchi or I think our most again Sergeant Mamrut Mohola Lemapen.
I don't know which many police he is referring to because it's usually me, Sergeant Mamruti Mohola, and Sergeant Mapen.
And the Gabakala was sensitivity medication. Arinya Gori, Rovella Tomanchi, Arinya Gori information each hour is at
Because of the sensitivity of our cases, we also allow to having many people because we want to contain the leaking of information because if there are too many people, we wouldn't know where the leakage is. Sergeant Mamruti Mohola nomabhena kuphela ngoba siyasithanda ukuthi kube nabantu abaningi ngoba mase kunabantu abaningi ngenzeka ukuthi ke kube ke nabakhiphi indaba manje angeke sazi ukuthi izindaba ziphume ngobani.
Sorry, Mr. Ngomezula, how many is your client saying?
May I confirm?
Yes, because it's just in the air.
Yes. Thank you, my Lord, for your indulgence. May I place it on record, say that the people that were in the boardroom were Brigadier Kininda, Sergeant Mohola, yourself, one Bongani from intelligence, another male person with the court gave us with braces, and Mapen. The police officers were outside the boardroom.
Brigadier Kininda, Sergeant Mohola, Loena, Libongani, Ojango Intelligence, Lemon Naumon, Obazenshi, the Chippy Momenon, Lima Bena, Mapolisha, Abale, Unte.
And my instructions further is that it was an interview relating to the death of Senzo Meyiwa. That's when Brigadier Kininda instructed accused number 2 to strip off his clothes so that they can confirm if he had tattoos.
Mowe never hopefully lehula mo Senzo Meyiwa and a more Brigadier Kininda iling I would tell to Fachor Buledi Aparoja Horahana or one or Hana di tattoos the meeting.
I was told Agarma Polisaka, Moitorama Polisaka, Kamra Polisaka, Polisaka and Algamon.
I want to get a clarity on these police that are said to have been outside, which police it was.
Okay, I'll get into that, but I'm concerned now about the number of people that were inside. Even Brigadier Kininda took the photos of accused number 2. Those officers he is referring to are the police officers of Pretoria North.
Mapolisha na go Pretoria North. Maragola Baba Tubani Welka had more Brigadier Kininda Island idea happened this one.
Kaya and times of Brigadier Kininda Ovasia or House and I wonder Brigadier Agasumichi. In Epa Mapula, Kill Police Elizabamala, I Honaran,
Well, I'd like to reiterate that Brigadier Kininda was not there. And I also want to say that Brigadier Kininda is a seasoned policeman. He wouldn't take his clothes off and take pictures of him.
Okay.
Sakufika futhi ukuthi kwakunamanye amaphoyisa amaningi ngoba Brigadier Kininda wasayena wayengekho lapho futhi ngifuna ukuletha isiqiniseko nje sokuthi uBrigadier Kininda sekuyiphoyisa elimkantshubovu elingeke la umsolo elakhumula umsolo leselimthatha ithombe.
Okay. What is of pivotal importance here is that at the boardroom, accused number 2 denied having been involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. This is the second time he denied.
Ibelela bobedi la tufatshwa mo boardroom eo a gana gore wa amega mo tabeng ya polao ya Senzo Meyiwa.
Ke nnete o ganne.
That is correct. He did deny. Yeah, go up here.
Same day, on the same day, which is MM4 in page 4,
Serial number?
serial number 498.
Yeah, ke bona.
Yes.
I can see it.
I beg your pardon, my lord. He was booked out at 16:55 in page 3 and
1655 on page 3.
booked in 1955, time 1955.
Busho abeka 1955.
Ke ke aba ke dumela.
Yes, I do agree. Yebo ngiyavuma ukuthi wenza kanjalo.
And the time between these two, the hours between these two times is 3 hours full.
3 hours?
3 hours full.
Mo nako ya go tloga ka nako e ba montsha ba moseja e lebile hours tse tharo tse felletseng.
When you booked him back to Pretoria North,
Go lo moseja go Pretoria North.
you took 3 hours full.
3 hours tse tharo.
Ke dumela.
I do agree.
Yes. What were you doing in 3 hours?
We be di anga 3 hours.
Re le motšha diputsišo mabapi le diketse tse especially yona ya Meyiwa.
We're asking him questions about cases, but especially about this very same case of Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes. You booked him back. Then, as per MM in page 5, on the 18th of June 2020, at 5:08 in the morning. Do you see that?
Ke bona.
It's 520,
Yes.
serial number 520.
Yes, I can see it.
You booked him out again.
Lela mucha happy ka di 18 tsa June.
Nnete.
That
For
is correct.
investigations.
Le mintšhetša go lo dia dinyakišetšo.
You see that?
Wa bona?
Ke bona.
I can see it. Ya
Then-
bona some kipa lelo la yo khutja ngophela.
That's when you say you took accused number 2 to his workplace.
Ke mo le išitše melatofatšwa kwa a šomang gona.
Ka mokgwa e ke a dumela. Bjale, nka ba go boditše ona gore na le ene di-hour tse tharo tse rolang ka tšona. O ile a fetša dumetše one o tla re iša mmerekong ka gore motšhetša ne o le kae ka tšatši le Senzo Meyiwa tlhokofala a re wa le mmerekong a re no. Ka mokgwa a o re iše re kgontiša gore ka nnete o le mošomong na.
Well, when we were discussing with him in the boardroom, he did accept that he did say that he was on duty on that specific day of the death of Meyiwa. And then we had to ask him asked him to take us to work, and then he agreed because he wanted to go and verify that indeed he was at work on that particular day. Yebo ngelesikhathi sisephoto waveza ukuthi wayesemsebenzini ngaleli langa lokuhakameyo sasicela ukuthi angasihambisa yena ukuthi siyele la ethu senza ukuthi siyothola isiqiniseko sokuthi ngempela wayesemsebenzini ngalelo langa.
Okay. You will further agree with me that the date in which Senzo was killed, the 26th of October 2014, up to the date in which accused number 2 was arrested, is a period of 6 years. Do you agree?
Udumelana na hore utwa gacha la ho la pulaya Senzo Meyiwa ga 26 October 2014 ukutala atlo swara mula to fa chwa bubedi ibeli mengwaka A6.
Do you agree?
Yes, I do agree.
So if you pose that question from accused number 2 as to where was he after such a period of 6 years has passed, gone, were you expecting a vivid answer from accused number 2?
Ulo shamla to fajoro vole ga ga tshile kamera mengware A6 o nagana gore go tlo ba le karabo e kwagalang.
Na tswantsa go ditse pele gore re le re mmotšiša la motho o tsebile gore Senzo Meyiwa o go fetšeneng.
No,
le tabe o tswantsa e gopole.
No, he was supposed to remember because when we asked him, for the very first time, he did know when Senzo Meyiwa passed away. No, because it was in the news, he was bound to know it. Yeah, but Sadma Sembuzo Kala, what very was, which was Senzo Meyiwa, very said.
If I may to ask you, you as a witness, you as Sergeant Mohani, sorry, I beg your pardon, my lord, as to where were you on the 24th of October 2014, what would be your answer? Now, if I'm asking you now, where were you?
Henga uchisha wena Sergeant Mohani, ubole kai 26 October 2018 oka 2014 ogara ba uboye kai. No, I'll have to remember. I ngumbuzo njalo ngafanele
that is why you reach the hour like a towel or our pool.
No, we didn't hurry him up. That's why we took 3 hours to allow him to recall. Yeah, but
thank you. But let me just put it straight to you. Do not justify that answer. The fact is, when I ask you, within a period of 3 hours, you never specify as to what kind of investigation was undergoing and what kind of questions were asked. It's only now when I'm asking you, you personally as a witness, where were you on the 26th of October? You now want time to recall or to think back as to where were you?
Can you please repeat and give me small sentences?
Yes.
It's too long.
Let me say, by so giving this answer, that you wanted to give him time, that's why you spent 3 hours. You're trying to justify. Because it never came from you that within the period of 3 hours, these are the questions or things that you've been asking. The only thing you said. You were asking him about cases that he is linked with. But I'll leave that for argument. Let's move on. You took him out 8:05 in the morning. You brought him back. As per serial number 532.
Ka 8:05 of saying, and then La Musha ka mo serial number 532.
On the 18th of June,
You were essentially the 18th of June
2020.
That's on 20.
Then you brought him back on the 19th of June 2020. At what time?
La Musha got the 19th of June 2020.
At 25 to 3, early hours.
La Musha got 25 to 3. You know what say?
Do you agree?
Wa dumelana lena?
Hey, admin.
Yes, I do agree.
So-
Yeah,
2:30, I beg your pardon. I wrote 35 instead of 30. It's 2:30,
yeah, la Musha got first 2.
early hours in the morning.
You know what say? Come on.
If I calculate these hours you spend with accused number 2, it gives me plus or minus 17 hours.
The hours that she la valimula to faja, the hours 17.
Do you dispute that?
I do not dispute that.
And-
You big law.
During these ungodly hours, what were you doing with accused number 2 for these 18 hours?
Monaco Italy, very dear in the middle to faja. 17 hours.
Kare shece a tare shi ke war kimin ci ce war na rile a ta bi mala odisha kwa na shi mo wa mai ni.
Like I have explained that he had agreed that he was going to take us to his workplace at the mine.
Rile wona
We went there. So I called la mine job I said for me to so system mine.
ra kopana le bile ke ninda le mine all the human resource manager or
And
your
we
statement
met-
wona kwa.
We met with Brigadier Kinenda also with the mine management where and we got a statement over there.
E o sala samla to la roba se go merpong.
The statement denied that he was at work on that particular day. Yeah, but South Africa now Brigadier Kinenda la posa sana manager as a latest concern so in Bella Wayne comes in a little longer.
E re fecha ra chola pele ga investigation chare ina ke re be sami malato.
And then when we finished there, we went ahead with our investigation, which did not have anything to do with this particular accused. Zakubelage ne no penyoge ulwalunga mtindi umsolo.
All right, let me just unpack this. From the time you booked him out, when did Brigadier Gininda arrived at Carltonville, where
Utoka
Accused number two.
kimchamla tufachwa Brigadier Kinendo ila fitla na gomangu Carltonville.
Aksa opola mara ne le I think masaro manchi aksa opola le na goma.
I don't remember what time, whether it was during the day or it was in the evening, but I do not exactly recall the time.
all right,
Ngisasikumbulisa noma ukusesemi noma usebusuku.
was Brigadier Gininda also present with Sergeant Mukhale at the time you were sourcing that information about the whereabouts of accused number 2? Was he also present?
Brigadier Kinenda did certain work. Now, since we are gonna really throwing a who Zeba for them to fetch up the Gamuja guy.
Tabela la war le bodrumu.
No, I'm talking about the 18th, say,
I'm talking about
talking about-
18.
where you wanted to confirm the whereabouts of accused at the workplace.
No, you know, really, you go which are so well, Mula to Kajo, Wakalikai, Walim Shumunga, Wesim Shumung.
Agade binda ke le ga morao ka re tshetse re be me tse ke ding o tla joina ba re sergeant mogolo.
Sergeant Brigadier Kinenda came afterwards and he met us at the gate where I was with Sergeant Mugola.
All right. Now Brigadier Kininda and Sergeant Hula left after you had a discussion after you informed him as to the records of the employment. He left.
So Brigadier Kininda wala sepela amra o le motore ba go mshumong ba re.
No. E buletsa o le la botse. Kritsene le yena Brigadier Kininda ka mogala ka mine.
No, we actually went into the mine together with Brigadier Kininda.
Re feditse
Yeah, was hangena na Brigadier Kininda mine.
re feditse ka dinyekiso tsa rena.
When we had finished with our investigations, once I started on open rate.
Brigadier Kininda o sepetse le Mamfundisi na re mabena ra tšatšeleng.
Brigadier Kininda left with Mamfundisi and I with Mabena left on our own.
Yes. In other words, you were then satisfied, before Kininda left, you were then satisfied as to where was accused number 2 on the 26th of October.
So, the letter was so far, for the Widiche, as we are Fatova guy, Gacho, Babula, and Gacho, the Pile, such an Kininda at OCB.
Awa, re khotso fetsa ga re kry-ile statement sa go confirm gore o ba le kae matšatši ka moka.
Yes, we were satisfied because we even got a statement that told us where he was on all those days. He was only the statement, the statement is
O fitlhe ba se go mšomong.
and then to the effect that he was not at work. Yeah, because we try and get him services.
All right. I'll get into the outcome thereof. But what I just want to establish is whether, what time did Brigadier Kininda leave? Was it in the afternoon, at night, in the evening?
Brigadier Kininda ula asipilana kumange bele musarare boshoko iberigana kuma.
A ile ka mantšiboana ga re be šetse ba nyaka le go tšhaiša kwa officer jo re tswale.
It was in the afternoon because at the mine they also were at a time where they wanted to knock off.
Okay.
Also to the wood bashayise nasemayini besefuna ukushayisa so kuyaqala ukuthi kwaku indaba.
So where was accused number 2 taken to before he was booked in at 2:30? Where was he taken?
Lela yakandi yena pilere litomo busheja kwa trongo.
E go pala botse se page around I think Albert Hendra investigation le site Eastern the Laxapolo ne re tsamaya.
Well, I don't remember where we exactly went, but I remember we touched Alberton and went to somewhere in East Rand, continuing with our investigations together with him.
All right, I understand.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi kuse saya phika hle loda ekukhumulayo ukuthi saya Alberton sadlula ke sayofika nase East Rand siqhubeka ngophenyo lwethu.
All right. So now you book him back at 2:30.
Manje ke nase labala mushicha mrawo ka 2:30. That is correct. Yebo kunjalo simuisala emsebenzini wa 2:30.
Since accused number 2 was booked out, beside the bookings in and out of the 17th and the 16th, particularly the book out from 8 o'clock up to 2:30 in the morning, did he eat anything?
Otoha demuncha ka 8:05 Hussein ka di 8 yang kutla o fitla atlo wa gape Hussein ka 2:30 dilela mpa chao ya ka gano.
O bolela nnete no bolela nnete gore se ne re sija ne re jale yana se re nwang ne re nwa le yena.
No,
se mo tlogela bala ke tla la sona maphodisa mabe.
No, we are not cruel policemen. Whatever we had for as food, we shared with him. And whatever we drank with him. He mustn't paint us as bad policemen.
Bile re mutša gore ntanse o nyako ja which brand a ge da re KFC ramrekela wacha.
We also asked him which brand he preferred, and we would make his choice and would buy it for him so that we could eat. I thought, sidle nayo siphuze nayo futhi ke sasimbuza ukuthi yini ayithandayo asho ukuthi uthandani bese kuthengwa kona ke lokho ebese kuyadliwa.
If that question was not asked, it would not have been brought before the attention of this court. And now I can, as I've taken the instruction, accused number 2 told me that he did not eat anything as from the day he was arrested on the 16th.
Now, the father, I'm not trying to the 16.
No, wait, before you answer. This court listened to evidence about him being fed by this particular witness. I don't know if you were in court.
Which one?
I say I heard evidence to the effects in chief when he was testifying that he actually was the one who shared his food with accused number 2. Am I quoting correctly, sir?
Oh, can it, my lord.
That is correct.
When I was
my lord.
listening.
My lord,
No.
it might have slipped my mind, but
Yeah, fine.
the person that I remember talking about sharing food was accused number 1 with
Ask him, maybe I'm wrong then. Ask him whether it's number 2 or number 1. Say, were you referring to accused number 1 or number 2? Yeah.
Today I'm speaking about the second accused number 2.
My lord,
Okay, let's
I don't
continue.
doubt what the court is, but I'll verify.
Yeah, it's
it.
not.
Thank you. Let's move now to after 2:30.
First two.
We go to page 8.
How do you go page 8?
Serial number?
Can I have the serial number?
I think it's 532. It's 532.
Yes.
532.
Do you see that?
Okay.
Yes, I can see it.
What time was it booked out?
More the suspect charged, not back.
Sorry?
532 means it is 235 suspect charged.
532 says the suspect was charged.
Within 2 hours after you brought him back at 2:30.
Camera 2 hours from Limushedit.
It's only 5 minutes.
No, it's only 5 minutes.
Is that not 0450?
If you will like a serial number 531, that you need 26, 19.
531.
Sorry?
So 532 is 0450.
0235. Suspect charged. 532.
Okay, in 5 minutes, after 5 minutes you charge him.
Yes.
So the following day you took him to, he was transferred to Fort Loras.
Camera Judge Lela Lela Misha for Sloras.
Kilo kisali charge leti mara fapa nagat hour ka michicheka 10 to 5.
No, it is still the same day. It's just a difference in our time because we took him out.
10 to 5.
We took him out at 10 to 5 on the 19th of June. So we long a lot about. We should only catch in Joma some keeper. We 10 to 5.
To Fort Loras court.
The very Misha for Sloras.
What, when you booked him out, under which cast number?
The Beli Munchaka cast number
160 of 10, 2018.
163 of 10 of 2018. Some keep on getting later 163 of 10 of 2018.
So that means he was transferred to a wrong court.
Go to where is Church for a senior.
Tshepa gore na kwela ke o check-in that evaluate. Re tlhalositse gore ke ile ka founela ke Brigadier Linda gore re fete Moroka police station.
Like I said, when I was asked questions by Mr. Baloy, I explained that we were called by the Brigadier Keninda informing us that we needed to go to Morocco.
I understand that. My question is, when you booked him out to be transferred to Foslorus Court under case number 163 of 10/2018, you were transferring this accused person to a wrong court. Answer the question. Answer, is it yes or no?
No, ngiyaka honore ke nnete kapa se nnete ge ke re ga le montšha case number 163 of 10 of 2018 e me iša kwa kgorong ya Kofoslora e be se ka kgetsi e leng yone where kgorong e seng yone. No, that is not true. Because he went to court on that day. Yeah, but why?
All right. Can you please give me the case number where accused was charged with possession of drugs?
Before what?
Possession of drugs.
Kupa orboche nomoro ya khetsimo mlato fajaling abe mlato o validi dibash.
This case number 278 of 6 2020.
278 of 6.
No, sorry. 534 of 6 2020.
The case number is 534 of 6 of 2020. Italy number of 534 of 6 of 2020.
So was he charged under the case number?
I remember that was the case.
So you are not sure? You are not sure? Sorry?
Let me say he was charged.
All right. The SAP 14 capital letter A notice of right in terms of that docket 534 06 2020.
Now we'll have to check that when the docket comes. I always observe the docket.
So are you referring to this matter which was ultimately not placed on the court roll of Foslorus?
That is correct.
Yes.
Yeah,
all right. Now we'll pause on the basis of the call that you received from Brigadier Ginenda and instructed to go to Moroka police station.
Moroka police station.
Statement sakasere. After rekelele or a court will adumela or no. I would adumela brigade or what say was saying Nakamala to Apala. That is why I refit Lamoro. Here, after ritual, Quakalton mining, after our affiliate statement.
After we came from the mine in Cultureville where we received the statements,
Wila which are brigadier and Danjula which are brigadier. Now, what say was in Ngasi detail.
The brigadier said, Mr. Ndanzi said to the brigadier that he has some information about the death of Senzo Meyiwa, but I'm not going to go deep into that. Umsola uthi wajela ubrigadier ukuthi kukhona ulwazi analo mayelana nokubulawa kaSenzo Meyiwa kodwa ngifuna ukugxila kuloko.
Sir, when you were asked after you verified the whereabouts of accused number on the 26th. All right, let me just put it this way. Were you present personally when accused number 2 was discussing such with Brigadier Gininda to say he has a knowledge?
Wena ge mlato batho a bolela le Brigadier Gininda a re o na le tsebo ka a reng o buletše Brigadier Gininda wena o bola gona wa ikwela ka tsaba tsa gago ge a bolela le Brigadier Gininda ka tseo yes I was present yebo ngangikho umsola etshela Brigadier Gininda uthi unolwazi mayelana nokushona ka Senzo Meyiwa.
There's a question that was asked. The reason why I'm saying this and the reason why I'm going to argue for the rejection of that statement. There's a question that was asked from one of the officers as to how did accused number 2 related to Brigadier Gininda as to in terms of making a confession. How did he reach him? Now we are bringing the answer in terms of that statement you made on the 25th of October.
Vele utisha statement about guys gam ko bulijing at 25 ja October gore molato fatsha o ila molala yang Brigadier Gininda gore una ditsi.
There is sorry.
I'm sorry, Malato, the court pleases. I don't know to which officers my learned friend is referring to, but the evidence of Sergeant Mukhan is clear that it was only him and Brigadier Gininda, Sergeant Mukhola, and Mabena during that occasion.
Yeah, sir.
My Lord, I'll refer back to the questions that I've asked from Mapumulo or Jonathan, Sergeant Jonathan, Constable Jonathan.
Jonathan knows nothing. That's his evidence. He was just an escort. He had nothing.
The question, my Lord, he denied, I understand.
Yeah.
He was not going to accept. But the only question I asked, the practical part of the question was whether, how did accused number 1, as he got instruction from Gininda to take accused number 1 to Rapado, how did accused number 2 communicated with Brigadier Gininda? There was no answer from him. He could not answer that because he was not part of the conversation.
There was no answer from him.
Now I want to explain the reason why I raise an objection on that statement is because a statement was made after I've asked that question from Jonathan. He's now bringing the answer from the question I've asked from Jonathan. May I just put it this way? Let me put it this way.
I think President Eriko Chalsechazile.
At the boardroom,
Bako boardroom.
accused number 2 denied his involvement.
Let for sure we will Rana or Ame.
Yes.
That is correct.
You went to his workplace. You were satisfied with the statement given by the HR manager.
I'm saying that in his denial, he said that he wants to take us to his work where they're going to confirm where he was on that day.
Yes, I'm covered with that part. My concern was that accused number 2, before Gininda drove with Sergeant Mukhola, this is his instruction that you and Mabena, after you had a discussion with Brigadier Gininda, you asked accused number 2, you in person, you asked accused number 2 the direction back to Rustenburg because you wanted to take him back to the place where you arrested him.
The Brigadier Kineza to sepela le Sergeant Mohol. Wena ka wena wela butsha molato fatsha obubidi gore tsela ya go ya Rustenburg e sepela bjang ka gore le belenya go boela kwa.
Is it not the opposite, Mr. Ngomesi?
My lord?
Is it not the opposite? That accused number 2 was the only person who knew where he works, namely Sebanye Mine.
That's correct.
He didn't know with his brothers Mabena.
That's correct.
And according to how I understood the evidence, he, number 2, is the one who was showing them Jegalapa, Rulalapa,
Correct.
right up to the mine.
Yes.
Right.
The
But you see, wait. He is the one who, with Mabena or Mahoni, who went to Bokeng police station. Now you are putting it to him that number 2 showed them how to get to Rustenburg. Are you with me?
I'm with you, my lord.
Yes.
May I just clarify that?
That's it, yeah.
According to the instructions of accused number 2,
Right.
after Kininda, Mohane, and Mabena were satisfied that he was not at the workplace,
Right.
that's when they decided to take him back. Actually, that was the time when they decided to release him. That means to the satisfaction of what they got from the human resource manager, to release accused number 2 on the benefit of the information that was given to them. That's when this witness asked accused number 2 to take him back to Rustenburg. They wanted to release him.
I see, okay. You can.
That's my version.
Can you please repeat the version, sir?
All right.
Bit by bit.
Bit by bit. Accused number 2,
Not to fight.
First. he denied from the bedroom in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. He denied that.
Hana Hogolaya Senzo Meyiwa.
And there was no follow-up after that denial, except... May I proceed?
Ha hona se sileng sa diwa ka morago ga gore a bolele bjao ka ntle ka gore
The time, except when he was asked as to where was he on the 26th of October. He answered by saying he was at the workplace.
ka ntle ka gore o pele ba mmošiša gore ba le kae ka di 26 yena a re o ba le mošomong.
Then the following day, you took him to the workplace in Carltonville, not in Westonia.
Ka letšatši le latelang le le la mo tšea la mo iša mošomong.
You made your own investigations
Le le la dira dinyakišišo tša lena fao
until you were finished with the statement by the human resource manager.
go fitlhelela le fetša ka statement sa human resource manager.
After that, you convene a meeting amongst yourself.
Ka morago moo di le la ba le meeting wa bolena.
Kininda, Mohola, yourself, and Mabena.
E be le Kininda Mohola wena le Mabena.
According to his instruction, there was no discussion between Kininda and accused number 2 in relation to the admission of any particular information relating to the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Molato re yena a ona nako a nka ba a bolela ka yena ka gore o na le tsebo ya go ka lehu la Senzo Meyiwa.
After Kininda and Mohola departed,
Ka morago gore Kininda le Mogola ba sepele
you then asked accused number 2
ba re wena o ile wa bošiša molatofatšo wa bobedi
the direction back to Rustenburg.
gore a le bontšhe tsela ya go boela ko Rustenburg.
To him, he was under the impression that you were satisfied with the explanation and you were going to release him.
Ka mokgwa a bolelang ka gona ka mokgwa ba nagana ka gona o re wena ena o ba nagana gore le kgotsofetse ka se a ileng a le tlhalosetša sona ebile le be le nyaka go mmušetša gae le ile molokolola.
Ntate Mogomesi, kgopela gore client ya gago e botše nnete a se ka bolela maaka ka gore
I'd like to ask that your client tell you the truth. He mustn't lie to you.
re tswa ka jareteng ya mine
When we left the yard of the mine,
shetse re kry le bohlatse bja gore ba se go mmerekong
we already had the evidence that he was not at work.
re phakile ka ntle ga mine mo gating
We parked outside the premises of the mine at the gate.
then a botsa brigadier Grinda gore o le go bolela brigadier Grinda ka re na le mo koloing ka re no a tle mo koloing ya rena ka re ba spena na le mabele
Well, he asked to speak to Brigadier Kininda, and they had to come into our car because we're with Mapena.
so a tla brigadier Grinda mo tsona bothata ke eng entance
When he arrived, Brigadier Kininda asked him what was the problem.
a re bele ka gore mo moshomo wa ka ba ntatola be ke sego
And he said, well, since my work confirms that I was not at work,
gopela go botsa nnete
can I please tell you the truth?
gomme brigadier Grinda o ile a mmiletša ditokelo tša gage
Then the
gape
Brigadier Kininda read him his rights again.
so re tlo se bolelago e be le gore ke nnete fela and then ya fe a mmotsa and then a tšwela pele a bolela ganyane brigadier Grinda a mo emiša ke be eme gona
Well,
mo
Brigadier then told him that what he's going to say must be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And then he started talking, but Kineza stopped him as he said, "Stop right there."
gomme a mmotsa gore no tše dintšhi ka gore nna ke nna mophenyi ke tla nyaka officer e neutral
Well, he said, going further, since I am the investigating officer in this case, I will need that this be performed by somebody that is neutral.
gomme a re mmotsa in a form of confession o ebelele ka sezulu a re tsona zulu confession e o ebelela gara ke a se tseba ganyane a mo tlhalosetša
And then he spoke about a confession, but I don't know how to put that in Zulu. Even I understood, because I understand Zulu a little bit.
gomme e re kgaogana a mmotsa na o kgotsofetse ntantsi na re ee kgotsofetse
And then when we parted, he said, Mr. Ndanzi, are you satisfied? And Mr. Ndanzi confirmed that he was satisfied.
nka bo kgonega ba re sa tsene mabena wa tsogana a tla tlo tlhaloša a tlo ba tlatsega mo because ntho e bolela ke ntantsi a se yone o botsa maaka
If it were possible, I would get Sergeant Mabena to rise again and come and explain and be my witness here, because what
Gomme,
Mr. Ndanzi is saying is not true.
e rarogana ke pelekele gore ne ke tla o nyaka motho a o tša confession
When we parted, the brigadier said, I'm going to look for a person who's going to take the confession.
then o tla mfounela
And then he will phone me.
le yena ba mo tlhalosetša dumela
And then they explained to him that is Mr. Ndanzi, and he agreed.
Okay. Sir, according to the booking of 2:30 when he was booked in at Pretoria North, there was an entry that he was supposed to be transferred to Vosloorus. If accused number 2 intended to make a confession, was it necessary to transfer him to Vosloorus court?
Hello, Ramlatfato, where Niago Nido, Amagala Mlato, Ubasancha Ishe go Vosloorus court.
o gopola gore tšatši la go feta mo entering with your suspect charged to court
No, sir. Can you please answer my question?
ke nyaka go tlhalosetša o nyaka gore ke tle le yona botse o nkonkwešiše
No, I want to explain it to you. I want to explain it step by step so that you can understand me.
e suspect charged wa tšwa dibukeng bjang tša Pretoria North ya court.
When it says suspect charged, he is then taken out of the books of Pretoria North.
That is when Brigadier Grinda a founa lo ke kry-ile motho wa go dira confession fetang moroka
That is when Sergeant Kineza called and said, I found a person who can take the confession. Please go via Morocco.
Sir, my question is now, amongst or in all the exhibits where you relate the movement of accused number 2, is there any entry where you specifically mentioned that accused number 2 is booked in and out under cast number 636 of 10/2014. Is there, and I'll give you a chance to go through your exhibits. Is there any recording under cast number 636 of 10/2014?
Ayo.
No, there is nothing like that. Yeah,
Mara
ayikho.
ka re se tun kwishi tjore ke re. Ge re itjwa police station. Kele le ginda called, I think really rapaju for over before le yakwa. Le fite Morocco. Morocco go ne tlabelela re utsene ka for confession.
Well, go ibolela gape.
Ke re re tloga kwa Pretoria North.
When we left Pretoria North,
Brigadier Ginda o phone ile re ke kene le motho mara before le ya court fitang Morocco.
Brigadier Kininda called and said he has found someone. So before you go there, go via Morocco.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm still with my question. When, according to your evidence, when accused number 2 was taken to Morocco police station for a confession, for the taking of a confession, there was no entry to say he is booked in at this time under this reference or reference number under case number 636 of 10/2014 for a confession. There's no such.
Case A 636 of 10/2014.
Le bolela ka kwa Morocco.
Are you talking about it, Morocco?
Correct.
All right.
Eh,
Eo we itla tlhalosha ke Brigadier Kininda.
No, that will be explained by Brigadier Kininda.
Tla tlhalosha re yena le Colonel Rapaju ba rintsitse byang.
Then explain how they arranged with Colonel Rapatu.
Okay, please forget about Brigadier Kininda now and Rapatu. They did not bring accused number 2 to Morocco police station. I'm referring to a recording that was supposed to be made on the occurrence book that accused number 2 was booked in under cast 636 of 10/2014. There's no such, unless you prove me wrong.
Sa gore molatofatšwa ga ngwalwa tlase ga KGSA 636 of 10/2014 ke nyaka fela o no mpotsa gore no ga o bjalo ene o mpontšhe mo dibukeng gore o ngwetšo kae.
Ke a dumela gore a ngwadiwa.
I do accept that he wasn't recorded.
Every time, according to these exhibits and the records, if they're not referring to a court appearance, they simply say booked out for investigation, booked in for investigation, after investigation.
Kan le gore o isitswe court mo ga ona ba ngwana fela gore ba mošitše ba ile di dinyakišišo ba mošitše ka morago gore ba di dinyakišišo.
A ke gane ka boko o tlhalotšang gona ke re go ya ka officer e tšeang confession gore e nyaka motho ona a tle bjang. So I was not instructed gore ke mo fetiše lesele ene Morocco is not my place. If I na boletše Colonel Rapaju gore mogane ntlišetšana gare ga disele ne ke tla motsentšha ka mongwadiša ka motlogela mo.
No, it is usually according to what the person who wants to take the confession instructs. Because, I mean, if he had told me that I should take him to the cells, I would have taken him to the cells.
There's nothing that prevented Jonathan at Morocco police station from making such an entry, because he's the one who took, according to your evidence, he's the one who took accused number 2 to Colonel Rapat, not you.
Constable Jonathan or Angwale or Mutsenshimo, because I get a come home and now village again. I'm sharing a Misha for Colonel Rapat.
Guy Fetola, so Jonathan no hope again.
Well, I can answer it this way. Jonathan was requested by me
because be ile motho a tsebe se lo ka molato
because he was not involved and knew nothing about this case.
ene ke go sa wele jaaka pekere brigadier ke nna le Colonel Raphato a jaaka ba mpa instruction or motsentshe re se le ba no motlishe mo keleng.
Well, I want to reiterate that Brigadier Keninsa and Colonel Raphato never gave me instruction to take him to the cell. All they said to me was, bring him where I am.
I've got the standing orders of the IO, of the Colonel who's taking a confession. I'll come to that, to relevant people. But my concern, let's just be honest and frank to the court to say there is no recording under 636 of 10. Then we'll move on.
I don't know, I don't know, 636 of 10.
Ya dumela sa go botsa ga go la le lebaka le lore brigadier ke come in a o tla tlo mmotšiša gore o tlile bjang gore a fe instruction yeso.
Well, I do accept, but then there is a reason, and you should bring Brigadier Kininda to come here and explain why it happened this way.
All right. I'm not yet done with my, but I just want to draw your attention on the day in which accused number 2 was formally charged under case number 66 of 10/2014.
But I go to church mlato fatwaileng a bua mlato semusho wa 66 of 10/2014. Funa ukupinzela kuleli langa umhlozana umsoda esethosa igala ngomthetho kuleli cala 66 of 10/2014.
He was charged on the 26th of October 2020.
Well, I am not to 26th October 2020.
How is that possible?
My lord,
He was charged on the day he died. The deceased died.
I mean 2020, my lord. I said
Oh, I
2020.
see. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Okay. 2020.
2020.
Okay, yeah.
I mean 6 years, how many years? 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 6 years.
And
He was charged after 6 years.
A6.
Do you know who charged him?
What's Mutata?
Rafo e tlhalosha ga pankwishish.
Do
Can
you
you
know
please
who
explain it?
charged accused number 2 under case number 636 of 10/2014?
Was over Gimangaling Chachamla to Fatwaga KHC 636 of 10 of 2014?
Nga botšorna ka tšatši le fe?
Can I just ask on which day?
I said on the 26th of October 2020.
Got it 26th October
That's the
2020.
day he was charged, formally charged.
That's actually I
Ke nna
was the one who did it. Yeah, but I'm just
On the day.
ska ro wa le Valeria ke nna
Yes. Valeria?
ba le Valeria police station.
Yes, he was at Valeria police station. So I was the one who charged him.
So the following day appeared in court.
Ka
The
tšatši le
27th.
latelang o ile a tlhaga ko kgorong.
Ke nnete.
That is correct.
May I approach that case number 2, my lord?
Yes. Langa.
Yes.
Accused number 2, my lord, wanted to confirm the date in which the witness charged him on the 26th of October 2020.
Mo la to fa choba nyabo or a keche bun ni to ba le la mo chacha ga 26 October 2020.
Ke nnete ka re ke nna be ke le in charge ya gore ke mo paying ke mo tlhokomele ebile.
Well, that is true because I was the one who was in charge of the investigation and to look after him on that day. Yeah, but what we mean, I finally it's open. Futhi ke kube mina omgcinayo ngalela.
So 48 hours lapsed.
So 48 hours ile yafi.
According to the rights to be charged within 48 hours and to be brought to court on the next available court day.
What is 48 hours? Ya hore a charge you ile yafi that the judge la hore a isho go room.
Le bolela ka molato ofe?
Which case are you referring to?
Because
I'm sorry, my friend.
Because I do not
Was-
understand which case you are referring to.
The answer you were giving, for which question were you answering?
Araba pushef.
Por e go go botšiša gore ke nya gore a go go biditša go botša ke nya go na for case 636 na go mtšhetša ka o ile court the for ya le a tsone gore 48 hours expired the lapse ke fe ngwana mo.
I don't understand which 48 hours you're talking about that is lapse because if you are talking about case number 636 of 10 of 2014, he went to the court the following day.
For the benefit of your information, let me just give you this information. When a person is arrested, you understand, under Section 40 of the Criminal Procedure Act,
Section 40 Criminal Procedure Act,
with or without a warrant, must be charged within 48 hours according to the Constitution. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do understand.
He was not arrested on the 26th of October 2020.
How sort of 26th October 2020?
Do you understand?
That is correct.
But instead he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020. Do you understand that?
16th June 2020.
So
I understand.
48 hours lapsed years after that. Do you understand?
48 hours elapsed.
Oh, months, sorry. Months. Do you understand?
Let me answer you in this fashion. When we arrested in Dancy, it was not for the matter of Senzo Meyiwa.
If
you can look at the indictments, I don't believe they are far behind. They were around those days. When we did charge him eventually about this case of Senzo Meyiwa, there were other cases that he had been charged with before.
Maybe you misunderstood the provisions of the Act. He must be charged within 48 hours according to the Act.
Come now, Sanjay Chachwe, Pile Hofita, the hours 48. Come home, La Ulengawa.
If one are feeling SAP 14, Yawara was all Malato says we were case for 636 of 10/2014. Negative email hour. Elapsed 48 hours. We are level SAP 14A. 636 of 636 of 10/2014. Gasabramoto, get it out what you're on.
If you can look at the docket, you'll be able to find out when I gave him the SAP as 14A regarding the case of 66 of 10, 2014 of Senzo Meyiwa.
Sir, we cannot play. Okay, let me just go straight.
Sorry, Mr. Gomezulu. Just it's a question of law.
Yes.
According to this witness, the arrests, if I must term it that way, of Mr. Senzo, Mr. Ndanzi,
Yes, my lord.
went in sequence to what he was eventually charged with. So he
Yes.
says necessarily when he was charging accused number 2, it didn't follow that the charge related to his arrest on the 16th. Am I understanding you correct, sir? Because there were other contemporaneous charges which were being preferred to Mr. Ntesi. For instance, the Pukeng case of allegedly drugs, the Pukeng case of allegedly the 13 rifle bullets. In other words, sometimes, and I'm just saying as I understand the law, sometimes it happens that you charge a person today, for instance, and then he doesn't appear in court within 48 hours because there's an intervening sequence of another arrest. He can tell you, he was a prosecutor, where the investigating officer actually withdraws the charge. And then he just puts a hand on you, as you know, Mr. Mnisi, puts a hand on you and charges you with another offense. Are you
Yes,
with me?
I'm
You've
with
never
you,
experienced such a sequence?
My lord,
Okay,
I have.
fine. I was just mentioning that.
Different, may I just address the court as well in terms of
It's okay.
how I understand the law?
Yeah.
A confession, it's when the accused or the confessor admits all the elements of the particular offense.
Now we're addressing two different things.
Now, my lord,
I'm addressing the arrest and the charging, not...
may I be given a chance to explain? Because if a confession was taken on the 19th of June 2020, the state or the police at that time or the investigating officer had sufficient evidence to take the matter to court. Had sufficient evidence. Instead, even if there are certain other matters, what should have been done was to take, after the confession has been made and to the satisfaction of how it was complied with Section 217, place the matter on the court roll for further investigations if they still need further investigation. Then they will add charges as the investigations carry on. That's how I understand the law, my lord.
Yeah, no, quite.
Thank you.
You know, we just...
The reason why I'm saying he was supposed to be brought to court within 48 hours. A prima facie case has been established by the state in that a confession has been made. But on the 19th, after the confession was taken, to my surprise, accused is further brought to Vosloorus police station. Vosloorus court.
Police station.
Please, my lord, I think my learned friend is putting a wrong proposition to the accused. The position as set out by the court is correct. It doesn't mean that when a confession has been obtained, that person must now appear within 48 hours. It's during the course of the investigation, more evidence is being gathered, and the investigating officer will come and explain as to when was the accused taken when was the accused charged and why at that particular time. But the proposition as put by my learned friend is incorrect.
May I reply by saying, my lord, accused number 2 was not formally charged. On the 19th of June 2020, he made a confession before a kennel. Accused number 2, after a confession has been made, the principle of law in terms of Section 35 of the Constitution 108 of 1996 prescribes that any arrested person, is referring to any arrested person, must be brought before a court of law. Formally, he is arrested because he made a confession on the 19th of June. That's why the state established a prima facie case. He is arrested. The Constitution provides a right that must protect the accused, that he must be brought to court within 48 hours. As per your entry, I'm making submission. As per the entries or the exhibits, there's nothing on the exhibits that records case number 636 of 10/2014 that has been recorded on the occurrence book. Number 2, in the absence of such recordings, a confession, that means my submission is that if that confession was made at the police station, there was going to be an entry. But because the version of the accused person says it was made at Orlando, that is the reason why we don't have that entry, because it was made in an open area. Do you understand it?
Yes, I do understand you.
So,
Can I answer you?
in conclusion, before you go to, I want to emphasize the right that has been infringed of not bringing accused number 2 to court within 48 hours.
As a good place, my lord, we don't want to belabor the point, but we pointed out that the proposition by my learned friend is incorrect. He is correct insofar as his proposition that an arrested person must be brought to court within 48 hours. But Section 35 distinguishes between an arrested person and a detainee, and the witness has clearly said that there's nowhere an entry that said accused was arrested for 636, and that should answer my learned friend.
Mr. Mkamazeli, is it not maybe proper that you and all the councils address me, subsequently will have to address me on that very exigency, because it appears I understand the law differently from you.
Yes, my lord.
And I don't know, Mr. Baloyi also appears to understand it differently from the both of us. So Mr. Mnisi and Mr. Malo and Mr. Monye, they'll prepare argument on that exigency. A detained person, an arrested person, etc.
Can you state
And
this?
whether those rights encapsulated in Section 33F may be terminated. Just showed you an exigency where the
Can you state this?
wait, no. I want you to address me. Like I was saying to Mr. Mnisi, where before he appears in court, the charge is withdrawn. After he has made a Section 35F statement, then he's brought to court on another matter. It happens every day in South Africa. A guy is murdered in Joburg. They find the killer in Neisner. Like when this matter was not put on the roll by the prosecutor, saying it's a case of Nongom. Sometimes a prosecutor like Mr. Mnisi will put that matter on the roll of Naisna to transfer the case to Johannesburg. Am I correct, sir? Yes.
But that has never been done.
No,
in
no,
relation-
you've heard me.
Yes.
So let's prepare the law, because we have a different conception of the law that if he hasn't appeared in Nongoma, that's the end of the story, there's an irregularity, etc., etc., etc. It depends on the intention of the prosecutor, like Mr. Baloi, what he wants to achieve. Okay. So you can prepare argument on that, sir.
Yes.
No problem. And all of you can prepare argument relating to that exigence.
My Lord, in relation to the...
Hello?
Clarification,
Yeah.
when will you be expecting to argue this point?
No. You'll argue this matter after the argument, when you are addressing me on all the aspects
Execute the court.
relating to a trial within a trial. It pertains to that. Okay.
But my Lord...
But you can make your submissions in the meantime. I'm not stopping you.
No, but my Lord, I was just asking frankly as to if such an exigence is not argued and we still...
No, you can put it, you are at liberty
Yes.
to put anything to this witness the way you understand the law. I'm not stopping anybody. I may be wrong,
Yes.
you know, and you are right.
No. What's the time? Can you take a break, my Lord?
What time is it?
1 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock, my Lord.
1 o'clock.
Yes.
Let me tell you about, and it has nothing to do with this experience, with my cases. When I was still defending guys charged under the Terrorism Act, the Act would say, Section 33 of the Internal Security Act.
Section 28.
Yeah, they're allowed to be held incommunicado for how many days? 3 months or whatever.
Yes.
Yeah, after 3 months, they charge you, these guys. They'll charge you and then bring you to court. And when you get into the box, the investigating officer tells the prosecutor that you're withdrawing the charge against Mr. Mnisi. You have experienced it. And immediately thereafter, when the client is preparing to go down into the cell, the sergeant puts a hand on his right shoulder and says, I'm rearresting you for a certain other charge. And there was nothing you could do. It was lawful. You can argue, but that rearrest was lawful because the other charge on which this guy was arraigned in court has been withdrawn. Okay, 2 o'clock.
Bana Sancho Lukasi, Tamo, Laguisha.
Yes,
Confirmed, my lord.
Thank you, Madam. So let's get back to the 22nd of June 2020 when accused number 2 appeared in court.
I remember the 26th Judge on 2020. More Monla to Facha Edding, Arthur Hamokoro.
When he appeared in court, he was remanded to which date?
Camera time on court to Ila Wishitra Maraho, who fit a large lady.
That's correct.
About the Puken case.
Yes, sir.
It's on the 7th of September.
I think it was right to the 29th of June.
Of June.
June, yes.
What was the reason for the postponement?
In which all legal aid and no bail.
No?
Legal aid and no bail.
It is written here, legal aid, no bail.
Appearance,
Legal aid, no bail.
appearance for accused number 2. Who was it?
Kadi 22, no was no lawyer.
There was no lawyer on the 22. One and I'm mailing on 22.
After the matter has been remanded, were you present in court?
When I'm rather hydro remand your case. Yes, I was there in court. If you saw a car.
The J7 that was signed by the magistrate.
Unali J7 as I magistrate.
If the accused person is not granted bail,
I'm not as of VP. It was there.
was remanded to which was kept in custody to which prison?
Really, as a logo, Trongungifi.
Actually, Pretoria, north of Pretoria, more.
I do not remember whether it was Pretoria North or it was Pretoria Muat.
That is not a prison, it's a police station.
A prison, with a police station.
He didn't go to a prison, he went to a police station. As a lawyer, a police station.
Why was he not remanded in custody, in prison?
Kikaba lying as a
I actually can't see Jabore. Only Melate very pain away and Avella Carnelli Nabea COVID. Nergas Hono Home Huechawa prison, Carona Milan.
Well, like I said, there were cases that we were investigating, and because it was during the time of COVID, it was going to be difficult to try to get him out of prison. No one showed what he works on a matter as well paying. Go with COVID, it says, get squads.
Is that on record? It's on record for the 22nd of June. The reason why he was not remanded to prison.
The Bacalaho, the Kikabacala, and June.
Obilele, Lawalo Lera Wadile, Hopela, Horror, Imushete police station.
There was a letter that we wrote asking the court to remand him to a police station.
Can we have that letter?
Regard which I want to do.
I'll check out what church it is. Most of all, come out of it.
I'll check it in the church sheet or if it is inside the docket. If so, funny paper, so what you need about what you are said. police station angabuyiselwa
Will I be wrong?
eyiswe ejele.
Will I be wrong to say that letter is issued by the station commander upon request and upon receiving reasons why he should be kept more than 2 days at that particular police station?
Ke thabele nnete hore papere eo e ntshwa ke police station commander ka morao hore a kutswe gore gore gape le gore go tlhaloswe gore ke ka baka la eng a swantse a dule matsatsi a go feta a mabedi a le ka police station eo.
Le rena re lefapha ra lengwala dira kgopelo gore kgoro e mo šetše police station e le gore le kwano ya station commander sa police station ya.
We as a division can also write that letter to the court with the understanding of the police station commander of that police station.
Yes, but I'm keen to know that order granted by the court to the satisfaction of your request as per the court records.
Ngiyakubona lekwalo le o reng le ngwadilwe ke kgoro le kgonang gore le molatefatšwa a ka dula a sa ye tonkong a be go
Usually le dula mo charge sheeting mara la date wa ke le bona.
Usually found in a charge sheet, but for that date I'm unable to find it.
Mara lona le ngwadile.
But it was issued.
But the conclusion is that it is not there because you can't find it.
Gore wena se re ka fitlela mo sona gore lekwalo le wa le gona ka gore a o lokile.
Le be le gona ka re kgoro e ka se dumele go mo gomisha police station re sena lengwalo le.
It was there because it was impossible for the court to allow us to take him to the police station unless that letter is present. Yeah, but if paper incwadi lena ikhona ngoba engekuvumi katolo ukuthi simthathe simise police station uma ukuthi leyo incwadi ayikho.
The 26th of October 2020.
26 October 2020.
The following day, he appeared in court on the 27th.
Kameramu kadi 27 o ile tla go
27 October to be precise, 2020.
ile kadi 27 October 2020.
Accused was postponed on that, but it was the first appearance of accused number 2 and number 1.
Aba tswela kgoro ya se ka tšatši le pedi.
No, it don't appear in court on the same day. I was about feeling that
All right. Accused number 2, let us stick to accused number 2. Accused number 2. Accused number 2 appeared on the 27th of October 2020 in Boxburg Court.
Not for job video, Coronia Boxburg, 27th October 2020. That is correct. Yeah.
To which date was he remanded to?
It was an I wouldn't know because I don't have a docket and it's a long time ago. Yeah, but I am quite a failure. I'm paid to docket and food is cut CCC.
Are you in possession of a charge sheet for Boxburg Court?
Yes, I have it.
Let's look at the records for accused number 2's first appearance.
I really will never let us show what we ule Chakaning Horong EU Lamato.
It was a date of first appearance 27/10/2020.
So on the 27th of October 2020.
To which date was it postponed to?
Well, I'm going to judge it.
Bona chachite ngwetse mo engwetse muzika u khelela Stemba le maphisa entanzi ayom.
I see the church sheet says Musika Kalelos Temba, but I don't see, and I also see Togo Mapisa, but for Ntanzi there is nothing.
No, ki so ra ki bone ne so. La be tshwarelo gore ke mo fase.
No.
Ngwetso ga nyane.
No, sorry, it was written at the bottom. I wasn't seeing it. It is written there at the bottom.
What is the date?
Richard sheet.
If I could push, I could na ikaweli 5 of March 2023. I'm not sure. But that
If I'm
is
not
about-
making a mistake, it must be the 5th of March 2023.
As a code, please, madam.
No,
The
no,
record
you
is
won't-
there, it
I
speaks
don't
for
want you.
itself.
When you say it's there, it's where?
Where's the teeth?
It's Exhibit EE, my lord.
Exhibit
Exhibit EE.
EE.
Yes.
Is that the church sheet?
Yes.
Okay.
The appearances on page 4, my lord.
Page 4. Okay.
I think the witness is struggling to find the date.
Thank you, Mr.
Are you aware of the appearances, Mr. Ngomezu?
I'm aware, my lord.
Your colleague says the record is there. And it's self-explanatory.
It is, my lord.
And in terms of what's section 237, is it?
235.
2? Right. It's evidence before this court, in other words.
The reason for the postponement?
Sorry?
There is a
postpone.
Okay, granted recording, not for approval, bail. Court for serving indictment. Oh, it says they postponed 27/11/2020 for serving indictment, accused 1 to 5 in custody, no bail. I don't like you,
Postponed to the 27th of November 2020 to Passport Court for serving of indictment.
Yes. Where was he remanded to? To which prison?
Wela ishwa Trongong Efi.
Valeria.
He was taken to Valeria. What is Valeria?
That's not a prison. It's a police
No,
station.
yeah, as long as prison.
No, he did not go to prison. So,
Do you have the letter from the station commander?
Una little balo lao to post station commander.
Ya gopola be lo wala ngole kwa court ba le nyakile.
I remember there was such a letter because the court demanded it.
But what is the order in terms of after the letter has been submitted? What did the magistrate of that day ordered?
Kamera le essentially one of the will afella are usancho go dirweng magistrate wa judge Leo.
No gopola o dumetse gore re mishe Valeria.
I remember he or she agreed that he should be taken to Valeria.
Yes, but it does not specify. It's a record on its own, but it does not specify that the court has made such a ruling.
Gore a ona mo bangwe le gore kgoro ile ya fella ka ibuletse ka mo.
Nka se be le tsebo mo gore lo tsa court a ke di kwishishi ho tsebo la ba bolela beng.
No, I wouldn't know because I do not fully understand how the court operates.
All right. On the 1st of March 2021, when the matter was remanded for accused number 2, that's then he was remanded to Ramuchana prison in Rustenburg.
Ka di 21st January 2022 mlato fatshoila ishwa go Ramchana prison.
The 1st of March 2021.
Ka di 1st January 2021.
A sa opela ke tsona se be ke le gona court na sa opola rona.
I don't remember when I was
Matjatji
present
ke
at
se
court
yona.
on that day. Ngisakhumbulo ukuthi ngangikhona in court on that day.
Okay, let's move on. Now we're getting back to your evidence when you booked out accused number 2 to Foslorus
Ara how
On
you
your-
am to fatsho number 2 me shall go full slaughterhouse.
on your way to Foslorus court. You were phoned by Brigadier Gininda.
I essentially tseleng ya ya fawe le la khwetsa mogala o jango Brigadier Kininda.
Nnete.
That is correct.
To take accused number 2 to Moroka Police
Which I'm not
court,
fatsho be
police
me
station.
go Moroka police station.
Nnete.
That is correct.
Where were you at that time when Brigadier Gininda, because I believe you were traveling from Pretoria North to Foslorus.
Ke o belle gae kana go ele go tsa mogala o ka re ke tsebo re le bitsa Pretoria North le ya go for slaughterhouse.
E go opela botse be re le tsile mane re so fitli Centurion. Ne re so fitli Pretoria. Ya se Centurion, re so fitli Centurion.
No, if I remember correctly, we had not reached Centurion. Ever sakumbula kahle sasingafike Centurion.
Which route were you driving at?
Beli
Which
sipila
freeway?
mo Pateng.
Ke N1.
We're traveling on the N1. Sasama umgwaqo omkhulu N1.
N1.
Yeah, N1 south facing Johannesburg.
We were on the N1 south facing Johannesburg. Some are N1 south see bege Johannesburg.
From N1 South to Johannesburg, from where you received the call. So for you to reach Moroka police station, did you have to travel via Alberton?
Yale gore le na le fitlhe le go be le ya wana kwa Moroka be le swantse le fitlhe le potre ka mo Alberton.
Ke tseleng because o fitla N1 e fitla Midrand ya splitter. Ke N1 on the other side you join the N3. Ya fit Alberton area Soweto.
Yes, because when it reached right?
El fitla Midrand.
When it arrives in Midrand,
Ya rogana tsela ona le yang side ya local prison e yang Cresta.
there's the one that goes to the side of Cresta and the one that goes to Johannesburg.
It's a manga go dime Fetwe Alexander you join the N3.
And the one that goes to the left to go via Alexandra to go and join the N3.
So if you go to Moroka police station, do you have to use N17?
Yeah, Moroka police station.
From N1, do you have to join N17?
o tlo kwa N1 so ntsho o sepile ka N17.
17 years old.
No, say N17 is far. N17 o teka khula.
Mara the off-ramps are not defeated in 17.
No, but the off-ramps of N17, you pass them as you go along.
If another witness said he was escorting you when you were traveling at N17, was he referring to the route you took to Mokoka
However,
police
when
station?
I park in when 8 linear ebe ilayers la N17 ga ifele se jawena o go tla dumela hore e bolela ka tsela ete.
17 years old, guys, do you
No, I wouldn't accept. N17 is very far. I am woman of N17 would.
All right. I need precisely the place where you waited for Buthelezi and Mapumulo when they were escorting you to Mokoka. Where exactly in Albertine? If you said it's Albertine, but I heard saying Albertine. That's the reason why I'm talking about Albertine.
Ka gore o rile o ne o fedisira ke Mapumulo le Buthelezi. Nya go se gore e bile kae mo.
Kopane le bona tsela o tsa o sepela ka N1 or N3
When you travel on the N1 going on to the N3,
ya rogana gape tsela ya N3 Durban Vosloorus.
there is where the road splits again. One goes to Vosloorus and the other one says Durban.
Engwe e ra Albertine or Bloemfontein.
And the other side says Bloemfontein.
Dan off-ramp ya Albertine mo pil R59 Vereeniging.
There is another off-ramp right there going to Alberton. It is R59.
Ya so kopane le bona mo tseleng eo ya Albertine area.
So if we met them there on the Alberton off-ramp on our way to Soweto. Sahlangana nabo lapha khona imigwaqo kube nomgwaqo ngene Alberton thina sidlule Soweto.
From where you waited for them, did you have to off-ramp from the freeway and parked after you have off-ramped from the freeway?
So go and do a bit show and we will certainly lead you come freeway say Joe friend or lower emen.
Ako polerie magare usually go le chabana dia bona gala le chana ba diso ere approach ba re bona na pile re tsamaya ako polerie ma.
I don't remember us stopping because they know our cars and we know their cars. So when they saw us coming, they just joined us. I don't remember us stopping. Kumbuli sima. Wale moto zetu ziyaziwa. Wathi nje uma besibona bafike baqhumana nathi sadwela lapha mina ngikhumbula sima.
Was it next to a filling station?
Ibese ga fili garage ka filling station.
No, that is one. Ala gara off-ramp na la garage ya BMW Harley Davidson motorbikes mo popular filling station.
I don't remember there being a filling station there. There's a BMW garage and a Harley Davidson motorbike shop. I don't remember a filling station. Sakhumbula ukuthi kwakukhona igarage lokuthola petrol. Ngikhumbula nje like there's khona BMW na there's khona ithuthu ze Harley Davidson. So ngikhumbula kune garage lapho.
Okay. So, amongst the participants on the day in which the alleged confession was taken by Colonel Rapado, will I be wrong to mention the following people?
Actually, Colonel Rapado amogela molato fatwa amogela molato ke kabe ke le poso ge nkare gape ne go na le batshwana ba.
Yourself,
ne le wena
Mabena,
Yes.
Buthelezi,
Yeah.
Mapumulo,
Nete.
that is correct.
Donald or Jonathan,
Nete.
That is correct.
Lesering, do you know Lesering?
Listening, yes, I know him, yes.
Was he also present?
listening aksa gopola nga bolela maka gore bana bona.
No, I do not remember about listening. I don't want to lie, but I don't remember whether he was there or not.
All right. Of course, with the accused person, these are the participants. The motor vehicles that were involved. Toyota, what do you drive? Fortuner, a white Toyota Fortuner.
Drive again now.
Yes, it was driven by me.
A Golf.
The Golf for happy.
Okay, Salusha Golf.
Can you please describe that Golf?
Golf for GTI, Golf 7 or
Golf for GTI or Golf 7?
Malawayo.
The color?
red.
No, it wasn't there.
Okay, what was Jonathan driving?
Jonathan was reading.
Aksa polar na vanali golf marbichi white.
I don't remember what he was driving, but they've got Golfs which are white.
Okay, if
Mapumbolo,
what was he driving?
Mapumbolo were reading.
Akituma na vanali veni aksa bola na driver nje mara veni ona usually ba driver.
No, I don't remember what he was driving, but they were vans. So I don't remember exactly what it was that he was driving. If
it was a hard body, you won't dispute it. Nissan.
Nissan hard body.
Ngasumele ibile ngasagane ga bele ki di veni ke dintsha ke sa go polora na mara di veni tsone be di go gopola yena be ke drive.
I want to have a comment of either yes or no because I don't exactly remember what it was.
Brigadier Kininda, what was he driving?
Brigadier Kininda, now we are relying.
How was your Brigadier Kininda?
He was not present.
On the day.
On the day,
you were taking accused number 2 back to in Pretoria. From Primrose, I think. From Primrose to Pretoria.
Primrose Pretoria.
If ever I see the official duties, if
it's not on official duties, Kinida drives his own car, but I don't remember. He wasn't there.
But does he normally drive a white BMW?
BMW issue. No, he doesn't have one.
From the employment, from work, there's no white BMW
issue. There is such a BMW.
So if you can't remember, there is a possibility that he was driving a white BMW.
Colonel Gininda from Colonel Wadim, finally subsidy Javona. So Unamela official duty, Agasor State.
No, the brigadier is not supposed to drive our cars because from a certain level they have a subsidized car, so they are not supposed to drive official cars except if they are on official duty.
As a passenger.
And only then he can be in the car as a passenger. Colonel Kilinda, is a car, so I wish we would take Abasafanele by Hambege Motors is the Simpsons in Gotage, and I'm getting a pedma who took M17, Gotage Abe passage.
There's something you mentioned, a procedure that you have mentioned, which is interesting to know about it. When you said you were not supposed to take accused number 2 to Colonel Rapado.
Orle hona little sanction who were a gaga on a hore. Hawa Sanla hore, even when I was young, molatofatša o moiša go ga Colonel Raphato.
That is why Jonathan had to take accused number 2 to the
Ole-
office where Raphato was.
O le ke lona lebaka le dirileng gore Jonathan e be yena a tsamayang le molatofatša ba ye go Colonel Raphato.
e lo le nkušitše botse a ka re be ke sa swanela.
If you
I didn't understand him that way. He said he's the one who instructed Jonathan because Jonathan knew nothing about the case. But the other story I didn't hear.
I'll retract that, but I'll get into the procedure in terms of taking the suspect if he wants to make a confession.
ke batla go tsena mo tsela e re berekang ka yona ga ya molatofatša a swantše a ilo amogela molato.
Firstly, you don't have to be present if you're an investigating officer.
La mathomo
Am I right?
ge e le motho a dirang nyakišišo mo kgetseng eo ga o tshwanela go ba gona o bjale.
Le ra go felesetša go ba ka mogare ga ntlo e ba tšeelang
Do you mean accompanying the accused or to be inside the room where they take the confession?
All right. I'll clarify for you because I don't answer questions. The procedure that I want to put it across to you, you tell me that that procedure is not what is followed when somebody wants to make a confession.
Nyaka go botša ge o tla mpotša gore ke yona kapa se yona tsela e le dirang ka gona ge motho a swantše go ile go amogela molato.
Brigadier Kininda is the head of the unit, investigating unit. That's what you
Brigadier
said.
Kininda ke yena mogolo mo investigating unit.
ke nnete.
That is correct.
So a discussion is between Brigadier Kininda and the person or the colonel or the commission officer of a neutral police station.
Ore he polisiano e bile ba gare ga Kininda le motho o mong kenele kapa ya swereng police station e isa amegeng mo tabeng.
Are you aware of that procedure?
Wa e tseba procedure e?
Nke le boeletše gape a ke le ko bokele go mara ke le ke botse.
I do not really understand it very well. Can you please repeat?
I'll do so. When a suspect or a person intends to make a confession,
Ge motho a nyaka go amogela molato,
if that person relates his intention to the investigating officer,
ge motho a botša investigating officer ka yona ntho ya nyakang go e dira,
the investigating officer will look for the person competent to take or with credentials to take a confession.
gore motho a dirang nyakišišo ka investigating officer ena o tla ya nyaka motho a ka kgonang go tšea go amogela molato.
Do you follow?
Wa kwešiša?
Ya ke a le kwešiša bjale.
Yes, I understood you now.
He will have a discussion and give the particulars of that suspect to the colonel, like Colonel Raphato, for instance.
Gore o tla a botša Colonel Raphato gore o bolela ka motho mo bjang ge e le gore o hweditše motho a tla tšeang confession eo, so go swana le Colonel Raphato mo tabeng e.
Theleditše.
I'm listening.
Yes. He will use the colonel that is neutral and who is neutral, who has no knowledge of the information to be reduced into a confession.
Bjale o tla ya motho a se nang tsebo ka gore go bolelwa ka eng se sengwe swantšeng gore se ngwale bjale ka confession.
Theleditše.
I'm listening.
Yes.
Bushuthi ke maku uthi kufanele umuntu ayomamukela icala lakhe ubrigadier Gininda ke bekufanele ukuthi ayofuna umuntu azi ukuthi akazi lutho ngaleli cala ukuthi kube uyena ozobhala phansi ukuthi umsolwa uma emhethi wamkele icala uthini.
Is that true?
That is true. Yebo kunjalo.
If that person agrees to assist the investigating officer,
I know umuntu wadumela go thusha investigating officer. Uma uthi lo muntu uyavuma ukuthi azosiza investigating officer,
he will take it upon himself to act independently when he reaches the person who intends to make a confession.
gore utladia ka mokgwa a nyakang gore a sa laolwe ge a fitlhelela motho o a swantšeng go amogela go ngwala fase kamogelo ya gage ya molato. Futhi ke mesefikile lo muntu lo azo thatha khona ukwamukela icala kuyena usho ukuthi ke yena ke usezofike enze ngalendlela yena abona ukuthi kufanele kwenziwe ngayo.
Do you agree or disagree?
Wadumela ka seo ka bogana. I agree. Ngiyabo ngiyavuma.
After he took such an initiative, he will approach the suspect
Kamora gore ga die bja o tla ya a ya go molatofatso go mnaganela o sutse ngale emva kwaloko kumese fike leso sikhathi ke yena uzoya kumso.
Do you agree?
I disagree with you.
Ka gore a re tšetše ke boletše mathomong ke re go tla ya ka motho wa tša confession gore yena o nya go e dira bjang procedure ya gagwe.
No, it's like I said before, it will be entirely dependent on how the person who is supposed to take the confession wants everything to proceed. So ukuthi lo ozothatha ke ukwamukela icala yena wena ubona sengathi kufanele uqhutshekwe kanjani.
Yes, I agree with you. But the fact of the matter is that he will exercise that duty independently.
Genau, utadi mshumo wa gagwe go sena le a molaola.
Go swana le ona molato go ra re gore yena.
So say.
No, okay. Yena o bone le tsela ya maleba wa mo dira ka mogo gore re tlishe mona go yena.
He felt that it is proper that we should bring the suspect to him.
Yes, I'll get to the facts of what happened in terms of taking that confession by Colonel Rapado. I'm just laying the basis upon which a confession is taken.
I'm listening.
When he interviews the suspect, he will inquire whether he was not subjected to any assault, torture, or any kind of a threat. Do you agree?
That is correct. Akazange aphoqelelwe ukuthi amukele icala ngokuthi ashaywe noma enziwe enye.
In the event the suspect or the person purporting to make such a confession informs the colonel that I was assaulted, he must immediately take that suspect to a medical practitioner.
Hello, motho wa santseng hore a tšheletse go amogela molato mo go wena motho ga ka re ba motile o santse a napile a eme a tšee motho a mo ise sepetlele uma ukuthi ke lo muntu ke othe ozothatha kuyena ukwamukela icala wathola ukuthi uthi lo muntu ushayiwe kufanele vele kume konke bese mise esibhedlela kunjani?
I don't know if that is correct, that just a mere allegation will be the basis for doing that. I think that's not what the witnesses testified, my lord. It said if they find evidence of assault, that's when they would stop the process.
My lord, I'm laying the basis. I'm not attaching the facts or the evidence already laid before this court. I'm just driving the witness towards the compliance with a confession. Because here it's in the event. Here we are not talking about an allegation that Ntanzi told Rapad. I'm talking about in the event.
Aspore re danse ola ucha rapado roba mutiele re ra gore elo ro ga diragala gore ba muti o swantse a dia ka ona mgo. I understand. Yebo ngiyazwisisa.
A medical practitioner in that in those circumstances will issue a medical report.
Baja bophelo ba tla ba bantšha lekwalo la le ba le bitsang medical report ga go le jang again. That is true. Yebo njani?
After the issuing of the medical report, that's then the person who intends to take that confession may, using his discretion, decide to proceed to take a confession or relate what he has observed back to the investigating officer.
No.
As a court, please, my lord, can counsel maybe lay the basis of what the basis for putting that proposition is to the witness, my lord?
May I retract that? May I withdraw?
Yeah, no, the law is clear.
For
The law
all
is
fairness, yes.
Not what the colonel's opinion says. The law is clear. Once a report is made to the colonel, because he's appointed in terms of section 217,
Correct.
an accused suspect or a person who's supposed to be making a confession before him, once he says he was assaulted, that's the end of the story. That colonel is supposed to stop immediately. Stop. He doesn't have an option to go on, and because it's already not free and voluntary. He stops, and he can write a report thereafter to say, I was advised by so-and-so who was alleged to come and make a confession before him that he was assaulted by Ratamokwatleng, and I advised him to go and lay charges of assault against Ratamokwatleng. Something like that. But he can't go on.
In terms of that report, it must also be related to the investigating officer concerned.
Because you're not explicit like your colleague is saying, that a report is made. What does the report say? This person is free of any discernible injury.
Correct.
Then he continues.
Yes.
Because, I mean, he said, I'm assaulted, show me. He can't even show anything. Examines him, nothing. He decides to continue. And he will make a report himself based on the report which the doctor wrote, why he continued. Okay. That's how I understand the law.
May I proceed? My lord, in terms of when the incident of assault was not mentioned, that's when he can proceed to take a confession. That's what I want to relate.
Yeah, when you say that, if it's not mentioned.
That's correct.
But I don't know, you put it the other way around. You said he's advised of his rights. And amongst the rights, he's advised to no coercion, no force, etc., etc., etc. It's precedent upon those rights. Okay.
Yes. Court pleases. Immediately after the interview of the suspect, and it did not transpire that he was assaulted. In the event, he was not assaulted. he can take a confession.
ga bona gore molaothefaswa ga ba mo tia o re santse a tswele pele ka go tšea confession.
Mr. Buthelezi, I'm sorry to interfere.
Gomez.
Just quote the Act. The Act doesn't talk about one, it talks about 3 exigencies, as you know. 3.
3 exigencies.
Let Mr. Minister tell you what they are. 217, it says what? Free and voluntarily and
Sound in sober senses.
and
There's also undue influence.
sober and sound and sober senses. And the third one,
Undue influence.
undue influence. Those are the 3 requirements.
Yes.
Yebo.
Which one have I deviated to it from?
You just mentioned one, assault.
No, inducement. Then if he's satisfied, my lord, that he was in sound in sober senses freely and voluntarily, he can make a confession. Is that so?
What about can you mention them word for head?
If
I
he,
don't know.
he made it freely and voluntarily,
Gore ha ile gore o nyaka go fana ka go dia confession eo a sa gapeletswe a lokologile
in
Ya
his
bobedi.
sound and sober senses.
gore a feletse mo dikelelong tša gagwe.
sa theleditše.
I'm still listening.
Without being unduly influenced, either by threat or promise.
O sena se se ba lekang go mo gapeletša ka sona either ka gore ba tlo mo tia kapa go mo dia se sengwe.
Theleditše.
I'm listening.
Have you done the confession before?
Ke ra tšea confession e pele.
Ao.
No.
Okay, may I proceed?
Because he's not a commissioned officer.
That's correct, ma'am.
Yeah, he
That's
must
why
add that because it would
he's
appear
a
that,
sergeant
yeah, he doesn't have the legal authority to do so.
do it. Now, my concern, you were present when you received accused number 2 back from Colonel Rapati.
O bona gona ga le tlo amogela molaothefaswa a e tswa ko Colonel Rapati.
O amogetše ke Jonathan a tla le ena mo poleng.
He was received by Jonathan and Jonathan came with him to us.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Then when you received him from Jonathan, that was when Colonel Rapatu, he concluded the taking of the confession.
Gore ga a tlo tšea ke lena ke mo Colonel Rapati a ileng a feleletša go tšea confession ya.
Nnete.
That's correct?
All right. So I'm not sure if you were privy on the discussion between Brigadier Gininda and Colonel Rapatu after the taking of the confession.
A ke tsere ka palele a gona go kwa se ne se bolela ke Colonel Gininda le ke Brigadier Gininda le Colonel Rapati ka morao re o tšea confession.
Ao ba.
No.
All right.
Acange kumakhulunya ukuzoka khulunya uKolonel Rapadu no Brigadier Gininda emva ukuthi kuthathwe a statement sokwamukela ecala.
Do you know why a second confession had to be taken in front of a magistrate?
Wa tsebore e ka be le ka baka la eng gore go be le mo island a tšea confession la bobedi pele ga magistrate.
A ke tsebe yo tla tla tlhaloša ke Brigadier Gininda.
No, I do not know. That will need to be explained by Brigadier Gininda. Cha ngazi ukuthi indawo okufanele ukuthi ahamba ayothatha i-statement sesibili sokwamukela icala phambi kwemantshi. Lokho ke kungachazwa uKenneth Gininda.
We are now on the 24th of June 2020 at Boksburg Court on the day a second confession was allegedly taken down by the magistrate.
Ka di 24 ja June 2020 mo aileng a ya ko Boksburg gore ba lo ja confession pele ga magistrate.
Ke le gona.
You were in company of Sergeant, the late Sergeant Mapena.
O bo sepela le Sergeant Mabena. That is correct.
So what time did you arrive at Boksburg?
Lila fitla na go mango
Court.
prospect.
a ke sa gopola botse mare e le ka I think midday or afternoon a ke sa gopola botse.
I do not remember correctly whether it was noon or it was in the afternoon, but all I remember it was still daylight.
Do you remember when,
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi safika kwesikhatsini kodwa engikhumbulayo nje ukuthi ilanga lali sakhaya.
do you remember when was the alleged confession finished to be taken?
Wa bolore confession ya bobedi ba fetitse neng ho etse.
nka no re ka itšeredi a di irinyana mare e be le mantšiboana mara ke re tloga moa so na ne nako
It took a few hours and it was in the evening when we left the place. Waku sekuhlwile ngesikhathi sisuka lapho ngoyathatha amahora.
When you arrived at Boksburg court, where exactly did you go to? Where exactly, before you entered the room 2, where did you go to?
Elifika kwa Boksburg court ile socha litsena ko room 2 ilelaga.
tsene parking right fa a tsana ka mara wa disele ka ya officing ya SPP senior public prosecutor.
We got in and we went behind the scene and I went to the offices of the senior public prosecutor. Ngafika safika sangena ngemuva kwamasali ngase ngiqonda ke office lika senior public prosecutor tuthi umshushisi omkhulu.
Can you remember the surname or the name of the senior public prosecutor?
Utsiba sofansa
a so ka re ke hang or hong sa mara ko motelele o monna mosesane.
it is a tall thin man. I don't remember whether his name was Hank or Hong. Sakhumbula igama lakhe ukuthi kwakuHank noma Hong kodwa kuyindoda ende ezaqile.
All right. When you entered that office of the SPP, the senior public prosecutor, where was accused number 2?
Mlotfotho ubedi ubaleka yakhalitsena office ya SPP. He was with us. Ube nathi umsolo speed masiyongena office likamsomkhulu.
All right. Constable Jonathan and the rest of the crew members, where were they?
Constable Jonathan le bangwe ba nna le bona ba baleka.
Jonathan le yol ne ba tsama le nna.
Jonathan Lee were with me. Jonathan Lee will be done. There was those that were behind us. I don't remember who it was.
How many officers were there?
No, there were quite a few.
Close to 10.
Lishume?
I'm not plus minus.
You could say approximately there. A city corner lap.
Heavily armed.
Never saw the weapon. Yes, that is their duty to carry weapons.
Right.
Yeah, but kumsebenzi wabo ukuthi bahlale behlomile.
Were they the same officers that were present at Morocco when the first confession was taken?
Ibeli bona bane balabana kwa Morocco ge ba tlo tšea confirmation ya mathomo.
It's only ora ka montle or.
Do you mean outside?
I'm referring to the Metropolis officers, whether they were escorting or whether they were clearing a traffic for you. I'm referring to Metropolis officers that were present.
Kibula ka di Metropolis officers or whether never sutsisa traffic kapa ba le bulela tsela kapa o le felesetse nking ya
mogopola nki Jonathan o la lona you la sa pala na le kae Jonathan na lona maro.
Well, the one that I remember is Jonathan. I'm unable to recall whether Yul was there, but the only one that I remember was Jonathan.
But Butelezi Mapumolo were also present at Morocco police station.
Butelezi Limapulo
They were also armed.
le bona ne ba sorediwetše
at Moroka Police Station.
go Moroka police station.
o kgonega ba phela ba swere dibetsa ke uniform ya bona.
No, it's their uniform. They are always carrying weapons. Yeah, but hlale behlomile indlela abasebenza ngayo.
Yes. The reason why I'm asking this is that a confession, when it was made before Colonel Rapato, there was
confession to Colonel Rapato.
not inside the office,
Isn't ka office.
within the vicinity of the area where a confession was allegedly
How Philip
taken.
like more idea confession now, na?
There was the presence of the police officers, Metro police
Ne
officers.
bona le mapodisa ale a metro police.
E go gopola botse re metse morago go shebe church office
What I remember correctly, we were waiting behind the church office.
mo Jonathan a mišitšeng wa tsenela a go gopole ne ba le gona ka moo.
Where Jonathan went, you go deep inside. I don't remember any one of them being there.
All right, let's go to Boxburg.
Are
When,
they Boxburg?
when you were walking along with Mabena in the suspect, did accused number 2 saw those people or see those people, those
When
metropolis?
go Boxburg, I had to supply them a banner, limited virtual. Ba mulatu virtual la ba bona batho ba.
A ke tsoro bone bo mara o swanetse go ba bona ke le ba bantši a ka no
I
fetola
don't know who he saw. He must have seen them because there were quite a lot of them.
There is evidence before this court that they were standing in the passage.
Ona le paki bo leng mo bo tlisitsweng mo forong ya gore ne ba eme mo passage.
ke nnete.
That is correct.
And accused number 2 was also in the same passage.
And limlat fatwa bedu ba le mo passage eo.
Ee, a ke re sepela ka moge
Yes.
re sa kana le office ya magistrate.
Yes, we were together. We were going to the offices of the magistrate.
Yes. And who else did you see other than the Metro police officers? Obviously, the accused person. The suspect. Who else was there?
Ke ka ba le mang o mong o le morning ke tla ha molato fatwa le mapodisa ba le ba metro.
Ba gona le monna o mongwe wa lawyer
There was a certain lawyer. Babo
Yes.
no mmelo a ela.
What was he doing there?
O ba di yang mo.
o ba e be le maemedi wa ntanse.
That lawyer was the legal representative of Mr. Ndanzi. Yebo le mmelo le doctor ngithi mmelo ummeli kaNdanzi.
How did you know that?
O botse ba bjang. So
O tlile mo go rena a re ke le maemedi wa ntanse ka botša ntanse o ne wa mo tseba na re ee.
when he came to us and introduced himself as Ndanzi's lawyer, and then we asked Ndanzi if he knows the man, and then Ndanzi confirmed. Yeah, what I feel, you know, as a tool and Ndanzi. So I said, I'm both Ndanzi. I asked in the doctor, I said, yeah,
So were you satisfied with his introduction?
A ba kile ka mmotšiša gore mogala bjale ka role re mara ko go bone la ntšha khati e nngwe o swana le ya rena ya maphodisa so ya re ngwetse Njiyaku something attorneys.
Well, I went further to ask him to show us something. He produced a card that was written something like, I don't remember correctly, but it looked like Njiyaku attorneys. That card looked like the card that we police carry. So I put a card, asked Bisalona, let Paugo, Nachubuti, Njiyaku attorneys, and Fanana, Lelikati, and Patratina Makoy.
Was that gentleman an advocate or an attorney?
Mono, even the advocate kapa attend.
Nka se bo re bela Tony na go lo tsore ke moemedi.
I do not know whether he was an advocate or he was an attorney. All I know is that he was a lawyer. I ngangwazi ke ukuthi advocate noma attorney, engwazi nje ukuthi wayumeli.
So when, before the magistrate took the alleged confession, were you also present in the office?
Pile magistrate that your confession you ubolo na ka hara office.
Normally, the thoma umala or.
Do you mean when he started writing or when he was still preparing the things?
Before he took a confession.
Pilato your confession.
There's a stage where he introduced herself to the suspect. Were you also present?
When I more
I do polite TV Shakalo, Nagare, Rena, I hope in Jamor, Nakiri, and Stelling the Kaja with TV Shotama Police. Nebo Yagalia, you will let Jonathan.
No, I don't remember him, the magistrate introducing herself. All I remember is that she asked for our identification cards. That was me, Yul, and Jonathan. So Kumbulige is a tool like it in other words. And Kumulanja would have the Lamakati A2, Ilamin, Elega, Yul, Jonathan.
So you assumed that that was a magistrate?
We're not check out a magistrate.
I get SPP, hang or home.
No, we didn't assume. Remember that when we arrived there, we first went to see the SPP, I think it's Hank or Hong. And then starting with you, mind you, Kupo Leper must feel like a Pasakara Salika, who's in a public prosecutor or to Hank no more Hong and Sakumbu. And it's the one who took us to the offices of the magistrate. Oh, you know what's the office of the magistrate.
All right. During the taking down of the confession, were you also inside the room?
Mind you, must say, couldn't you again, Wuti, Gutatu again, Lukomgela Ital, Oko, I know. No, I was not in.
Who was inside? Do you know?
Administrator feature would give a copy of natural my TV show Alpha Jonah Peki, Kusheche, Danzi, Mr. Michiako, Magistrate, Litologium Sati.
After the magistrate had made copies of our ID cards, the people that then remained in the office was Mr. Nzanzi, Mr. Michiako, the magistrate, and an interpreter. Masege, as a Katilege, when's a copy, Amakati Etu, I wonder about Sarah, Boko, Nzanzi, Michiako, and the magistrate, no Toli.
All right. Do you know if the suspect was handcuffed before you left that office?
The lot of more office and whatever lot of was such a handcuff.
Hey, come up it.
Yes, in front. Yeah, but where suffer goes and goes on a pambi.
The implication is that he made such a confession whilst his hands were handcuffed.
Gore sales will lang hora ujere bajere confession you elore Sanchez in handcuff. That is correct. Yebugun Chan.
May I? There's something I'm missing there. May I take instructions from
Yes.
Something I want. Thank you, my lord.
Yes, sir.
So, was it the first time to see Mr. Mjiako on that day, the 24th of June?
e be la mathomo o bona monna o ba reng ke Mojako ka di 24 tša June.
e ke nnete
That is correct.
There is evidence that you tendered before this court that upon the appearance in court, you indicated that there are two answers that I got from you. Initially, subject to correction, you said the records showed that he was represented by Mr. Mjiako. Do you recall that? Or
Wa gopola tsa pa kwa
I'm
gore
misquoting
wa
you.
bona gore ngile a representa ke a emela ke ntate Mojako.
le bolela ka ya Phukeng.
Do you mean about Phukeng?
yes,
Eh,
Yes.
go ya.
did you
That
meet
is correct.
Mr. Mjiako on that day?
O ile a kopana le Mojako kwa Phukeng.
O tlile I think postponement ya actually o tlile ni mara sala tla kwa ntsha tender kwa.
Yes, he did come. I don't remember whether it was at a postponement or when, but he did come and attend over.
After she just dirile confession.
After we had done the confession.
After the confession of the 24th,
O tlile ka mora confession ya di 24. Let me just check. I think I'm confusing matters here.
my lord,
Yes.
I was going to make a request. I'm also getting exhausted, my lord. I'm sorry to put it this way. I just want
You're getting exhausted.
Yes.
How long are you going still to be?
My lord, it's now 3:10. May we adjourn until tomorrow, my lord?
Mr. Mnisi, colleague says he's getting exhausted now.
It can only come natural.
I said, Mr. Nomalo
My lord, I have no objection to a postponement. Thank you.
says Songene, Yonke,
Munyeki. Munyeki.
Munyeki, sorry, Munyeki, ne?
Yes.
And what's your view?
I have no objection.
Mr. Baloi,
The state also does not have any.
Mr. Nomalo Gomezulu is complaining of exhaustion. You have no objection. Are you available tomorrow? Kenan. Well, this court can tell you that I am still as fresh as a daisy. And I'm 76 and a half years. I was at the gym at 6 o'clock. Came out at 7:30. Okay, you heard me. Please postpone to tomorrow.